Hello, this morning 6 darts players will battle it out for 2 of the remaining spots at finals night. 5 different nations represented in Group C for this session, and of course it is a double session of darts as it is Thursday with Group B getting underway this evening. Matthew Edgar, no better way to spend a Thursday, is there?
Well, there's plenty of darts, so if you're a darts fan, this is the place to be. Double session, we've got all the way through till about 2:30 this afternoon, and then we're back again tonight at 10 o'clock, and that Group B tonight at 10 o'clock looks pretty tasty.
One player is already through to finals night. Let's see who and how he got there. The highlights from yesterday's action with Henry Deacon.
Graham Usher goes again in Group C. It wasn't his best performances over the first 3 days, but he's coming back refreshed for a 2-day stint. Arjan Konterman was one of the standout players on Wednesday at the Super Series. 3 averages above the 90 mark. He's hoping to make a push on day 1 here in Group C. Meanwhile, for Gary Stone, he finished 4th in the group. He had a dart to make it into Group B tonight, but he couldn't convert against David Cameron. Jan van Veen was the victor in the group. He's the first player into Saturday night's final, helped with that 4-0 victory against Cameron, who started the day top of the table. Meanwhile, for Josh Payne, he was the player who finished 2nd in the group, and he returns tonight for a stint in Group B, where 3 from 5 will progress their way through to the finals. Van Veen, in that game against Payne, knowing that 3 legs were seeing through, kicked off with this 170 finish. He'll be back on Saturday night, ready for some flighting.
Yeah, the promising Dutch prospect Jan van Veen, the man through to finals night from Group A. He topped the table. How impressed were you with him for the last 3 days?
On and off, to be honest. There were points when he looked absolutely brilliant, and we saw the form that we've seen when we see him in that PDC Pro Tour at the moment, where he's running average 94. I keep banging on about it because that is mightily impressive. He reached a Pro Tour final not too long ago, and he's shown us glimpses of that. But I think the table looks a bit flattering when you look at 24 points plus 19. I think there were signs that he could be a little bit vulnerable in there, and I certainly wouldn't be ruling it out that he might not take this week's title. This is wide open and he's in a tough week.
Yeah, and interesting to see David Cameron finishing 3rd and almost dropping into Group C to play in this daytime session, having led the league table at the end of Tuesday.
Well, we saw on that highlight clip, Jan van Veen, when he beat David Cameron, sort of turned around and he was like, what was that? That's kind of how we felt all day. We saw David Cameron play 2 days of really good, consistent darts and couldn't pick a win up from anywhere and didn't even look likely. Was barely getting a dart at a double in most of his matches.
Yeah, so it won't be the finals night group for him yet, and it won't be Group C. He is in Group B. We'll have a look now and see how all of the players are spread across the group. So Van Veen through to finals night. Tonight, Cameron joining Andy Jenkins, James Richardson, Paul Hogan, and of course Josh Payne. But the group we're going to focus on in this session features the debutant Adam Lipscombe, Arjan Konterman, who played some decent stuff in Group A, Daniel Lauby of the USA, Diogo Portela of Brazil, both have been here before, Gary Stone and Graham Usher. I mean, I don't envy you having to try and pick a couple of players to progress from that.
Yeah, it's going to take a couple of games before we can work out which direction this is going. There is only 2 places available for these 6 players, and like I said yesterday, there's 4 players potentially really that you'd look at and go, they're strong contenders to get through this group. One thing we will know, it's going to be pacey. There's some good pacey players in there. It's going to be a high standard. You're going to get lots of 180s, and in a couple of games' time, when I come back up here in 5 matches, that's when I might give you a prediction on where we're going, or at least give you a bit of an indication. But for now, firmly on the fence.
Well, Graham Usher is one person I do want to ask you about, because he has struggled this week compared to how he's played previously at the Super Series. What does he have to do? How does he have to approach today to put that rest of the week behind him?
I think he already has. When we look at a Monday, with this 3-day group, you start bad on the Monday, it almost kills you for Tuesday and Wednesday, and you sort of come in here on a bit of a negative. Already, I've had a chat with Graham Usher this morning, and it's more like the Graham Usher that I've met previously. The Graham Usher I've shared the practice room with. He's more laughy, he's more jokey, he's enjoying it a lot more. He's been a bit quiet the last couple of days. I think that's because of that Monday. We will see a different Graham Usher today. I'm very confident of that.
Yeah, it's a reset for him today. Everybody starting from the same position. Danny Lauby is in action in the opening match. Another speedster in the sport. Of course, he has been here before and showed what he can do with finishes like this.
We've seen some very good things from Daniel Lauby. My mind instantly goes back to that World Championship game with Ryan Searle when he was literally a dart away, and that was a quality game of darts, and he's backed that up as well. I think it was William O'Connor he played last year as well at the World Championship. Good performance there. He enjoys the stage, he enjoys playing in front of the cameras. Could be a danger in this, and he's definitely one of those 4 players. Yeah,
we enjoy watching him as well. His opponent for the first one is Gary Stone, a man who was knocking on the door of getting through to Group B, but just missed the opportunity to do so, missing darts to get the 4-2 win he needed to just leapfrog David Cameron into 3rd spot in Group A. And he reflected on that and looked ahead to today and tomorrow with Henry.
Gary, welcome to the Group C shift here at the Super Series. Come the end of yesterday, did have that opportunity to get into the night session. How do you reflect upon your first 3 days?
I think, to be honest, Monday kind of killed my chances. I took Monday on the chin. Doubles were terrible. I watched every game back, Monday, Tuesday, obviously even last night. Try to take some from it, try to learn. But I did say at the start of the week, and obviously Matt picked up on me saying about Monday, Tuesday doesn't really matter. I didn't really mean it that way. What I meant was I've obviously had superb Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays, top Group A. Come into Saturday, didn't really play well. So my aim this week was to start on the Monday as best I can, which didn't really happen, and then progressively get better as the weeks went on, which I feel as if I've done that. So hopefully we can start again fresh today and kick on.
Does that help you having that, just that 0 points on the board? You're not chasing anything like you would have done on Tuesday and Wednesday?
Yeah, kind of, yeah. I think there's probably a lot of players in the back probably think the same. Graham's probably one of them. He's been really unlucky this week, I think, to be fair to Graham. He's been at the wrong end of a few big checkouts. But I think, lots says after Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're quite happy to just start again and we'll see how we go.
Right then, 25 games coming your way today across 2 sessions, 15 of them in this session, and the first is Gary Stone against Danny Lauby. Owen Binks is a stand-in referee for this one, and your commentary team are Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to first day here at the MODUS Super Series. And if you love a cosmopolitan mix in darts, then today is most certainly the one for you. 6 players, 5 nations, 3 continents, all in action here. And we kick off with a battle between Scotland and the United States of America. Danny Lauby, the 29-year-old from Terre Haute, 2 hours from Chicago, takes on Gary Stone, the granite man from Scotland, who had the darts and had the opportunities to make it into tonight's Group B. That came and went, but he recovered quite quickly from it because he won a local competition in Portsmouth last night. And so he comes here to the Super Series on Thursday with that winning feeling behind him. Owen Binks is the man in the middle. Let's see what Thursday's going to bring at the Super Series in the company of Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, just to pick out what Henry said there, Gary Stone was playing darts last night as well. So as if a potential 6-day marathon of darts was not enough, he just decided to have a few more games. Ended up winning the tournament, so that was a few more hours of throwing. It's fair to say Gary Stone loves the darts.
Yeah, beat Chris Murphy in the first round last night. Ever heard of him?
Chris Murphy just said it was the second. He reckoned he won a game.
Yeah, but that was a preliminary. He had to qualify to get into the tournament.
Ah, this is the story Chris Murphy didn't tell me.
So technically, yeah, he may have won a game, but the rest of us went out at the same stage. Although I messed up big time. Let's say.
I've also just heard in my ear that apparently it was a bit of a marathon game as well there from Chris Murphy. We're saying about Gary Stone having a marathon week. Apparently Murphy had a bit of a marathon game.
Do you remember that match at Wimbledon between John Isner and Nicholas Mahut?
97.
Had that kind of vibe.
Gary Stone, when we talk about vibes and we talk about someone who's grown into a week, he has been that man. Monday, he was pretty average. Tuesday, he was very good. Yesterday, he was better again. And it looks like he's continuing the upwards trend. It was the doubles on day one that really let him down. Down in the 20%. Then he gets up to 40% on the Tuesday. He got a nice little bit of both going his way yesterday.
60.
And if he can keep that going, he's going to prove why he's the bookies' favourite to win this group. The 180s is something that he's been
140.
mightily impressive with all week, and I certainly expect that that trend's going to continue. There's been no sign of Gary Stone slowing down on the
99.
maximums, which might actually, here comes the old bus, I'm going to chuck Henry back under again. It might mean that he's the man that's going to hit that 9
100.
darty you've told us we're going to get this week.
Stop it!
60.
I said to Matt and the production team off air that there's a feel about this group where something special like a 9 could happen.
44.
And so, to drag you under that same bus with me, if there is going to be a 9, who's the most likely to get it?
43.
Well, you'd have to go with Gary Stone on the basis of the 180s that he's been hitting this week. He's the most likely to achieve the 9 dart on that basis. He also
41.
took out that 147, which is the same sort of finish as the 141, a treble to double. So if there was going to be somebody in this group, you'd
57.
have to say Gary Stone or Graham Usher, who's already hit one.
He was my first.
60.
I haven't finished it. I'm going to name the other 4 players now, one by one. If you want to keep your predictions going right, the easiest thing to do is just name everybody.
77. Gary record 116.
116 for Gary Stone to race into a 2-0 lead in next to no time at all. So he's going to get 1 dart here. A double 18.
Game shown the
Nicely
second
done.
leg.
Beautifully
Gary
done by
Stone.
Gary Stone, who opens up a 2-0 lead against Danny Lauby, averaging 83.5.
Delegates
The
Gary
American
to
will need to
first.
up the levels
Game
here.
on.
What he's producing at this present moment in time. Travelled into the UK on Tuesday evening. Drove from
44.
his hometown. I think he says it's about a 2-3 hour drive from his hometown over to Chicago, where he boarded a plane over to the
140.
UK. Although apparently he was telling me earlier that the plane was delayed. Now, I've never heard an excuse for a plane being
84.
delayed like this before. The reason it was delayed was because the in-house entertainment system wasn't working, and so because of it, oh my goodness.
60.
Oh my goodness gracious me. Danny Lauby has basically had 2 out on the board by 2 darts hitting the first dart. That's incredible. But
100.
the in-house entertainment system wasn't working, so someone had to go up to the top of the plane to make it work. So everyone had to get off the plane for an hour and a half. But you know what? Danny Lauby is making up for the
139.
fact that 2 went out of the trouble in the last visit by getting 2 in this. Although it leads them 162.
26.
Gary Stone has massively been on an upwards curve. I'm just looking through the last
60.
couple of days, and it caught the eye midway through Tuesday. And that was due to the 180s that hit. 29 is the official count
78.
for Gary Stone on 180s
And
so
he
far this
required
week. The record was
102.
34 by Robert Thornton. He was putting that under threat.
62.
And Lauby will return for tops in this. Gary Stone can't take out the 169. But it's not just that column. It was all those big power scoring
99.
columns, really. The best
And he
leg of the
required
week.
40.
Joint by Gary Stone. Checkout percentages. We mentioned that on the opening day, it wasn't really going for him on day 1. 26 is the official
Game shown the third leg.
number for
Danny Lauby.
Gary Stone on that one. Then he went out in 42%, then 44%. These are daily numbers.
It's Danny to throw
Today,
first.
he is
Game
2
on.
from 2 on the outer ring. It's fair to say Gary Stone is,
60.
rightly so, the favourite for this group at the moment.
Stone set off the 2-1 favourite with the odds compiled to go on and win Group C.
96.
He's actually the 2 favourites to win the group going toe-to-toe in this first game of the day. Lauby 3-1. And then the 2 players odds at 4-1. We're having a chat off air, Matt. Konterman and Usher both at 4s. If there's going to be value to had in terms of group winner, it could be from them 2 at 4s.
140.
You've got to say Graham Usher, really. Yes, we've seen a very good level of performance from Arjan Konterman yesterday, but from everything we've seen of him so far, you'd be fair and all things considered to say
174.
that actually that was an over-performance. We can't say yet that that's the level we'd expect from him, or we've seen anything to suggest that he can
95.
sustain that level of performance. He was very, very good yesterday, though, wasn't he? Really good performance. A 90.89 average
93.
for the
Gary
day.
Rook,
That's over 5
170.
games. But Danny Lauby
78.
carved himself
Danny
an
Rook,
opportunity here to level up the
114.
game. Gary Stones took out 116 to take his second leg of the day.
94.
Lauby could have
Gary
retaliated
Rook,
with a
192.
114. Yet to see Gary Stone miss a dart at a double in this match. It
74.
was continuing
Danny
as he
required
went for a
20.
double-double attempt, but that a long way off, especially when he's got one plum in the double 18 already.
Game shown the
For the
full
second
flag.
leg, Danny Lauby
Danny
mops up on
Lauby.
double 5, levels up the game. We're halfway to seeing our first victor
If they get Gary
of
to throw
Group
first,
C.
game on.
But the question is, who is it going to be?
132.
Now let's run the ball a little bit over Group A, which we saw on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday here at the Super Series, because if you actually look at the statistics so far, it's
96.
turning out to be a very good one. So in Group A, the overall average by all 6 players was 88.22. Now that is up
115.
3 points on what we've seen altogether in Series 2 at the Super Series, an overall average of 85.76.
42.
Checkout percentage, I think, was very, very respectable. 33.5% between all the players over that as well, which is
140.
just a tick above the series overall average, which is 33.03. So about level on that as Danny Lauby
180,
fires
Gary
in a
Rook,
maximum, which could
114.
put some pressure on the 114 for Gary Stone. This is for his second ton plus finish of the match. He got a 116 a couple of legs
74.
ago, but the 114 will not follow it.
99. Gary require 40.
Well, 13 data to put him one away.
Game shown the fifth leg. Gary Stone.
Now, I mentioned something to Chris Murphy, and people might think I was bonkers when I did so. When he says about Jean
Sixth leg
Van
is Danny
Veen,
to throw first.
and I
Game
said
on.
to him, I says, he looked a little bit vulnerable for me. I wasn't overly happy with the throw. I thought he looked a little bit vulnerable, despite the fact that he won 24 points out of a possible 30 with a very good leg difference. Actually, when you look at the numbers and the stats, every single day, including the overall stats for that group, he was the 4th best when it comes to numbers and it comes to averages. And that's just why I thought he was a little bit
61.
vulnerable. Speaking of vulnerable, we've got Danny Lauby's darts sticking in the border a little bit vulnerable. I think it's about 4 darts
I've
now.
counted 5, I think. And no one at the Super Series has as many bounce outs as Danny Lauby.
140.
And I just wonder, let's have a look at his action here if we can. Is it an action thing? Is it a points issue, a
97.
darts issue? What does that come down to, especially in the modern day and age when boards are as good as this and bounce outs are at a very low premium?
140.
Well, it's not like he's hitting the wires, is it? It's coming out of sections. It's as if the dart's just not penetrating the board enough. He does have quite a long dart, which means there's going to be quite a lot of weight coming out the backside of the dart. We'll keep an eye on that through the day and try and get a conclusive answer. Because Gary Stone has concluded this match with another 100-plus finish. That is something that Gary Stone was doing quite well this week. He had 6 100-plus finishes, including that 147 when his opponent, Graham Usher, refused the dart of the double 5. But Gary Stone has continued this upwards trend. As the week's gone on, he is getting better, and that is why he is your favourite for this group. And he starts off with 2 points and a perfect way to kick off his campaign. Graham Usher will be hoping for the perfect way to kick off his campaign after a torrid time in Group A as he takes on Diogo Portela, who joins us for the first time this week.
Welcome back. So Gary proving to be made of stone in an opening match there. He carries on his decent form this week and earns an early victory against the incoming American Danny Lauby. An average of 93, around 10 points higher than his opponent. Excellent finishing as well from Gary Stone. The only surprise, no 180s as he hit so many in Group A earlier in the week. But a nice 1-2-1 checkout en route to that early success. So the first winner has been crowned. Let's see who gets the second victory of the day as Graham Usher takes on Diogo Portela. The pair have met a couple of times before at the Super Series, one win apiece. Usher, though, hasn't had the week he might have expected and certainly hoped for. A nice moment there for him, but it was few and far between. You can see from his reaction that he just wasn't sure what was going on so far in this week, and he only won 3 games in the 3 days of Group A. So he's looking to put that right by resetting, refocusing. He takes on Diogo Portela, as I mentioned, head-to-head here, 1 apiece. Portela has beaten him at qualifying school, so slightly edges that record, and he's looking forward to another tilt at a Super Series title. Henry Deacon caught with him earlier this morning.
Diogo, welcome back to the Super Series. You're actually here on the opening night. Just talk us through your memories of that.
Yeah, it was very good. It's a big statement not to open the venue, but actually to be the first guy to play here alongside with Martin Adams, which is probably one of the biggest star players in the world. You know, and like not only what he done in WDF, but what he's done in the MODUS Super Series as well. You know, the guy is just a legend, and to open the venue, to open this new era of darts, playing in the same moment as Martin Adams is so good. It was so pleased to be here at the opening night, and yeah, I'm glad they invite me again.
Of course, this is in preparation for your campaign at Alexandra Palace. How much will the stage time here over the next few days help you?
Oh yeah, definitely. That's why I actually sent an email to the organizer here saying, like, I qualify for the awards. I need some preparation there. Could you please invite me back? And I'm really glad they accepted and they invited me back as well, because there is no better preparation than this here. You know, you play game after game. All the players have a very good standard, so that's going to be the best preparation I could ever have for the World Championship.
We wish you all the best. Diogo, good luck.
Thank you very much, mate.
But it's the quick-fire Yorkshireman against the boy from Brazil. Will it be success for Samba or Scarborough? Let's find out with Henry and Matt.
Thank you very much, Chris. Not many sports do you get Rio de Janeiro up against Scarborough, but that's the joy of darts. Anything is possible. It's England versus Brazil here in Game 2 of our day here at the Super Series. It is the speedster Graham Usher, 49, from Scarborough, former quarter-finalist at the World Masters in 2019, up against Diogo Portela, aged 34, played in 5 PDC World Championships, and in a few weeks' time, he can make that 6. These days from Sittingbourne in Kent is the Brazilian. And obviously David Cameron doing something similar, Matt, and a lot of players we're seeing wanting to come here, making sure they're here in preparation for their big date at Ali Pali.
Yeah, well, if you want to get some practice in, there's no better place to come and get that sort of practice. When you think about Diogo, even if he wasn't to get through this group, that's going to be 10
Feels like it's
matches
Graham to throw
he's
first.
going to play
Game
against
on.
class opposition like Gary Stone, who we've just seen, like Danny Lauby, who we've just seen, like Graham Usher, who
99.
I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to, based on how good he has been in the past. And I'm going to say all his stats from Group A, I'm willing to completely mark pen them, completely make them irrelevant, because I think we're going to get a completely different Graham Usher moving forward.
100.
And when you look even at the odds compilers, the bookies are going the same sort of way. 4-7, the price here on Graham Usher to win this
60.
match. That is the respect he has earned from 12 months of good darts, not from 3 days of bad.
So the stats I was about to read out, I might as well ignore then.
Yep, ignore those. I think we're going to get a different Graham Usher today. I don't mean we're going to get the Graham Usher playing with the right
68.
hand. Like we've mentioned already, he can play with both the left and the right hand. But I do think we're going to get a more
60.
Graham Usher that we've seen before. He certainly was a lot more jovial this morning in the practice room. He's looking a little bit more the Graham Usher I've seen when I've been in there with him. He's been a bit quiet these last couple of days.
100.
The one stat we looked at this morning and we were shocked by
140.
is in Group A as a whole, he only got 9 maximums. Now, sometimes that's a daily running tally.
Well, if you remember,
85. Graham, you record
day one on
142.
Monday, it took him to his last game to even record a first 180.
102. Diogo, you require 148.
Another one of them for double 14 for a breaker throw in the opening leg, and that would have been some way to
120.
announce your
Graham, you
arrival on the
require
Super
40.
Series stage. And so Usher returns to tops, along for double 10. And it was
20.
this area
Diogo, you
of the
require
game
28.
which was an issue for him. Checkout percentage over the first 3 days of just under 30%.
Game shot
And
the
Diogo
first leg.
Portela isn't
Diogo
messing about. He
Portela.
breaks the throw at Graham Usher in the opening leg to lead 1-0.
Second leg, it's Diogo to throw first.
I mean, if you cast your mind
Game
back to
on.
Monday again, 40% is checkout percentage on that day, and we were saying that he's fine on the outer ring, he's just not getting there. And then he started getting there, and he started missing it later on in the week. 100 plus checkouts, it took him to the
41.
last day of Group A to get his first one, which was 110 finish. He took it out on the double 18.
140.
There was just nothing about those first 3 days that you would say was Graham Usher-esque.
We mentioned it yesterday, didn't we, when we were talking about Graham. Being back on 0 today
123.
may actually be a help for him, because Gary actually mentioned it in his interview before the first game against Danny. Sometimes if you
85.
struggle on day one, if the mindset's not right, you can be very quick to dismiss yourself, whereas if you're all on 0, you're all at the same level, the same kilter.
100.
As we said, Diego started this match pretty well. He just missed out on that 148 finish. He's running around a 92 average. He's
100.
finding a treble with pretty much every visit to the board. This is quite a professional performance so far from Diogo. He's a real thinker, isn't he, Diogo? Really analyses his game,
50.
always looking for that sort of perfection, the right dart, the right throw, the right preparation. One of those
58.
players that will leave no stone unturned until he gets PDC tour card, which he was actually very close to getting this year. He only missed out by 1 game, and that was a guy bashed in, I think it was 103 average against him to knock him out. Do you know who that was? Who stopped Diego from getting his tour card
130.
with
Graham, you
103
record
average?
118.
219 so Graham Usher to level
80.
up in the meantime.
Diogo,
We'll
you
continue
require
that
57.
conversation on the next leg, because Portela is back for 57 to back the break up with a hold. Tops is the intended target.
Game
16 in the
second
first,
leg.
17
Diogo Portela.
in the second. This is a more than satisfactory start for Diogo Portela.
Third leg, it's
Played
Graham
on
to throw
opening night here at the
first.
Super
Game
Series.
on.
Kicked the show off. The first ever game in this tournament. Moving to the live lounge against Martin Adams, and upon his return,
140.
he's very much settled, very much versed to the stage. But going back to your question, I'm got a Scooby-Doo.
And it's not today's tungsten teaser.
It's not today's tungsten teaser. And today's tungsten teaser is actually
100.
about tungsten.
Yeah, it's an improvement from yesterday's.
You like
Abysmal
today's
attempt.
tungsten teaser, don't you? You've been privy to it.
100.
Yeah. I like to think of myself as a darts connoisseur. It's Edgarpedia of darts, and I didn't have a clue. It wasn't even close. But to answer the question, the person who stopped Diogo Portela from winning his tour card in a very good game, where I think Diogo averaged about 99 himself, and the other guy averaged 103, was me.
180.
Should have thought that. Is that your new dartboard you're hanging up next to the one that says I hit a 170 to beat Gary Anderson? Doesn't have to go 12 on ball, so it goes treble 10, double 16.
Graham Usher.
Huzzah, Graham, you're on the board.
Fall against Diogo to throw first.
12 darter for the gambler, who just looks so much more at home on the stage today compared to as he was over the first 3 days. He just looks
44.
settled.
It looked like he was guessing the last couple of days, didn't he?
100.
And I get it. I can speak from experience. You have a terrible day on Monday, and it really does close you off for the Tuesday and the Wednesday. It makes it hard. It makes you feel like you're chasing something that's never going to exist.
99.
When you come into this Thursday, it's all different. See that in the numbers that he's producing at the moment, despite the fact he's 2-1 down in the scoreline, just shows that sort of power scoring. In fact, if we take a look at those, you'll see exactly what I mean in terms of this power scoring phase. This is Diogo's first score where he's going to register something over the 100 mark. That means Diogo is throwing out jabs, while Graham Usher is windmilling.
140.
Now, you mentioned the other day that you were slightly concerned about the way Graham Usher's darts going in the board. The entry were quite different for all 3 darts, but what we can see today is the next time Graham approaches the board, maybe in the next day we might be able to see the shot a little bit better.
100.
But they're all coming in quite flatline, as you could have seen in the top cam shot, as you can see here. Every single one of them are entering flatter than they were the other day, where there was some that were going flat and some that were standing up.
118.
Yeah, and that all comes within the release. It's a change of the release, a change of the throw, which means essentially he's throwing that first dart 3 times. Tops. For his first 100-plus checkout of the week, Diogo Portela. 3 darts converted out of his 4 attempts at the double.
Fifth leg, it's Graham to throw
Graham
first.
just has a little look at him as if to say, "Are you going to give me a chance here, pal? I'm averaging 96, and I'm losing 3-1.
What's they say in football? Any danger? And already we're in our second game of the session, and we've already seen 3 ton-plus outs. Which, if you compare it to the statistics from earlier on in the week, on Tuesday, we only saw 5 for the whole session. And when it comes to ton-plus checkouts this week at the Super Series, it's actually been one of the departments
43.
where Graham Usher has excelled. 6 ton-plus checkouts. Only David Cameron with 9 had more in Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Which might be, if you are having a flutter with us, and remember it's 18+, begambleaware.org, that might be possibly an area you might want to look at, possibly Graham Usher highest checkout or ton-plus checkouts. I know at the minute Portea's got the 118, but as the day goes on, that could be a market just to have a little look at.
$134.
Well, it might be a new day, it might be a new group, but it also might be more of the same for Graham Usher, because he's got to stand back now and watch Diogo Portela have 6 darts at 118 checkout. The checkout is already taken out. It was a different road last time. He finished it on the tops, He's going to the 19s, but it's the same outcome for Diogo on the finish, and it's the same outcome for Graham Usher, who is condemned to yet another defeat this week. Diogo Portela, great performance, 118 checkouts, 4 out of 5 on the doubles. Diogo starts his campaign perfectly, a 4-1 victory over one of the fancied runners in this one, Graham Usher. We've got Arjan Konterman coming up next, who, if he can play like he did yesterday, will be one of the fancied runners in this group as he takes on the debutant, Adam Lipscombe.
Well, it's been a case of the Super Scotsman and the brilliant Brazilian in the first couple of matches. Gary Stone getting a 4-2 win in his opener against Danny Lauby. And then, before that break, Diogo Portela, a 4-1 win against Graham Usher. An average of 93 and change, very similar to Stone in that department. He actually even bettered the 4 out of 6 that Stone got on the doubles, with 80% there himself. And a nice 118 checkout, as Graham Usher's woes just seem to be continuing into Thursday and Group C. The gambler needing to find some way of getting himself out of this apparent rut that he seems to be in. Coming next is Arjan Konterman, who also played in Group A. He takes on the debutant Adam Lipscombe. And Konterman played some decent stuff earlier this week. In fact, his daily average increased session by session, and he ended up yesterday averaging more than 90 for the day, so a really respectable standard from him. He goes up against Adam Lipscombe, who's appearing here for the first time after turning a few heads in local events in Portsmouth with his good form, and they are not easy events to win, but he's won a few of them. They involved the likes of Simon Whitlock, Andy Jenkins, other players that we have here at the Super Series like Chaz Barstow. Gary Stone, of course, played in one last night, as the boys mentioned, and he beat Adam Lipscombe in the final. But let him tell you about himself. Henry Deacon caught up with the debutant before the session started.
Adam, welcome to the Super Series, debutant in this competition. Maybe a lot of people at home don't know too much about yourself, so just explain a bit about you and your game.
I'm Adam Lipscombe. I live local to Portsmouth. I play a lot of local leagues, county, and I used to play a lot when I was younger. Had a little break and I've come back now and I've been given the opportunity to play here.
So you played a lot in local events and impressed a lot in local events, which is part of the reason why you've been given an invitation here. And you've played some of the best players and beaten a lot of the best players.
Yeah, I played with Simon Whitlock, Andy Jenkins, Chaz Barstow, Richard North, Scotty Walters and stuff, and Danny Smith, he plays here now as well. And it's all all good local practice really.
What's your expectations going into this week? Is it just take everything as it comes?
Yeah, just enjoy myself, mate, yeah. And see how it goes, to be fair.
Looking forward to stepping on that stage and throw that first dart?
Yeah, I am, mate, to be fair, yeah. I'm looking forward to it. Just want to come here and enjoy myself and hopefully play some good darts.
Wish you all the best, Adam. Good luck.
Thank you, Emery.
But we're about to see him step on that stage and throw that first dart. Let's see how he gets on in his first outing here on the Super Series stage. Can Konterman claim an opening win, or could it be debut delight for Lipscombe? Let's find out in the company of Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. So the debutant Adam Lipscombe takes to the stage here at the Super Series. He takes on Arjan Konterman, who had such a good Wednesday in this competition, as Chris mentioned, up on the balcony. But will it be a case for Lipscombe to get an opening dish in this competition, or is Arjan Konterman going to clean up, Matthew Edgar?
Well, he's making the right moves, isn't he, in terms of getting the attention.
Okay, first
Hampshire
it's Harry
County
and
player,
Troy
I'm just looking through
first.
his
Game on.
stats and his numbers for the Super League. Is around about the 76 mark for the Super League averages. So probably going to say he's going to need to find a little bit on top of that, but we've certainly heard things about Adam Lipscombe that suggest that he can find that little bit of an extra gear when needed. And he's certainly got a nice shirt.
140. $59.
So for those who don't know much about Adam Lipscombe, and a lot of people tuning in today won't, plays a lot of local competitions in the Portsmouth and Southampton area. Gets to the finals a lot. Made the final last night. Lost out to Gary Stone in that particular event. Very, very impressive, and has perked up a lot of ears locally. Impressed a lot of people locally. And a bit like what we saw the last couple of weeks. We had Tony Wood come here. Richie Parkin come here last week. We have people watching all the time, and players that stand out, players that impress, and they get up to the levels, will get the opportunity to play here. Talking about levels, that's exactly what Konterman's put in the first leg, although that was a slip with the first dart, so only one more at double 16, which doesn't go. To announce your arrival in style. Been some way to start. But Konterman returns for double 16, 4-16 to get his day underway. Double 8, and the way those first two darts are pitched, this could be a precarious one. He's got a little bit over the top, and that's exactly what he does. And Arjan Konterman takes the lead by a leg to 0. That wasn't the easiest of last darts there, was it, for the Dutchman?
Game on.
No, and the opponent breathing down your neck on a simple two-darter like 60 doesn't make things very easy.
100.
Especially when you're playing someone who's on debut, because Konterman will know that. He'll know he's the more experienced. He'll know he's the more likely to win this game. And with that will come its own pressure. 4-11 favourite with the bookies. Now, when you're not used to that situation, I can tell you for a fact, it actually adds more pressure to you. Remember, I played in the UK Open a few years back, and I was like 1-7 favourite to win one of the games. I've never felt so nervous in my life, knowing that you were such a strong favourite to win that game. It does make a difference.
Are you sure you saw the numbers the right way round?
139. 140. Aaron, you require 122.
Well, you've got to say he's acquitted himself well in the early phases. There's no sign of nerves here from Adam.
97. Adam, you require 106.
Had a double for the first time in this game. It's only leg 2, so it's a bit of a over-exaggeration.
71. Aaron, you require
Pulls it
25.
low and left.
So
Adam, this is his first major opportunity at a double. 216 to Lipscombe to level up at 1 apiece.
3.
Doesn't go. And in this format, mistakes get punished.
Game show on the second
Case
leg.
in point.
Arjan
Konterman leads 2-0.
And that's just this environment. Now, this is the thing when we say about those numbers and that data, when we say about what he's doing in the Super League, and we talk about when he's been playing well sort of in these local events and things. When you come to a room like this and you're playing with international players, those 2 darts at a double that you get there, or 3 darts if we include the one at tops as well, they are massive opportunities. That is 3 darts. That's 33%. That is what you're going to need to be as a minimum on the outer ring. And that might be the difference between him and the rest of the field this week in Group C.
And of course, let's not forget as well, maybe sometimes when players like Adam are coming through the local ranks play in this event, we don't mention enough. This is his televised debut. And that's not an easy thing to deal with. There's a different sort of pressure. There's little nuances that you've got to deal with. Even stuff as silly as making sure you walk back down the oche the right way, because obviously, because the camera's on one side, you've got to make sure you walk down the other. Small little things can be quite intrinsic. Well, is he going to go for the ball? He does go for the ball, and he wasn't too far away. Averaging 94.34 on for a potential 14 dart leg.
85.
For a 3-0 lead.
25.
Double 8.
Game show on the third
Good performance so far from Arjan Konterman.
Konterman.
He's averaging 90 despite missing 10 darts at double. 15 dart at that time round. 3-0 he leads.
Full flag, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Welcome to the Super Series, Adam Lipscombe.
140.
Nearly welcomed himself to the maximum column there for the first time. And he mentioned in his interview something that I've just had a little look through. He said that he used to play a lot of darts in his sort of younger days. And when you look through, it goes all the way back to 2013.
40.
So 9 years ago. And he was playing on what was then the development tour, which is now the PDC
45.
youth tour, shall we say. And when you look at some of the people that he was actually growing up around, and some of the people he was
140.
playing, like Ryan de Vrede, Keegan Brown, probably the one that stands out the most. Sort of seems to have played and took the travelling as well. It wasn't just the local ones he was playing. He was going around and really applying himself. Wasn't really getting any results, certainly towards the back end of that. It went on a bit of a losing run, and then appears to have took a bit of a break, and he's coming back from that. Now we see this quite a bit. People taking these little mini breaks and coming back stronger. The one that really stands out for me is the recent European champion, Ross Smith. Ross Smith had a similar sort of journey. He wasn't quite doing what he wanted to do in the game. He took a step back, came back again, and was a much bigger player. This is for the match.
75. Adam, you require 80.
That 3 darts at a double so far. He should be getting at least another 1 here. It's at tops.
60.
And again, comes low,
Aaron, you require
offering
47.
Konterman the chance to get this wrapped up.
Game shot
to lay down
match.
Another marker. Arjan Konterman for
Konterman.
4-0 victory against Adam Lipscombe, this time just underneath that 90 mark. That's been his run of consistency over the last few days. And so Adam Lipscombe's debut game ends in defeat. Arjan Konterman gets off to the perfect start. We're going to take a short break, but I'll tell you now, get your cup of tea, get your biscuits in, because this is going to be quick, this next one. It's Lauby v Usher, blink and you'll miss it.
Well, a harsh welcome to life at the MODUS Super Series for Adam Lipscombe on debut before the break. Welcomed with a whitewash, in fact, at the hands of the Netherlands' Arjan Konterman. 88.41 the average. He got that despite missing a dozen darts at double in the game. And he picks up the 2 points at the start of the day, as did Diogo Portela and Gary Stone in the previous two matches. We've seen everybody now then, and we're going to see Danny Lauby go up against Graham Usher, two of the players that were beaten in their opening games. And Danny Lauby, well, he seemed to struggle with darts coming out of the board. Look at that, a couple of them in that visit denying him a maximum, and one doing the same there. Playing Stone, and almost must have felt like he was throwing at one as well, the way the darts were coming out. Maybe he's had to sharpen his up. Graham Usher will have to sharpen himself up. Did well against Arjan Konterman with that checkout earlier in the week, but really looking to find something. But maybe this is a match, as the boys alluded to in commentary, that suits both players. It will be played at a really fast pace, and could be, if one of the players were to win it by a whitewash like Konterman did in the previous game, could be a record-breaking kind of time. So we'll see what kind of speed it gets done and what result gets done here as Graham Usher takes on Danny Lauby. Two speedsters show down. Let's get the stopwatch out for this one. Under starters orders, and they're off.
Thank you very much, Chris. We were going to try and get David Croft in to do this game, but he's otherwise engaged, because this is going to be super quick, super fast, and super good as Danny Lauby takes on Graham Usher. The 29-year-old from Terre Haute, playing with a 22 grand target dart. Twice a participant at the World Championships, up against 49-year-old Graham Usher from Scarborough. Now then, Matt, are we ready for what could be one of the quickest games we've seen here? Now, we have already jotted down the record time for a game, and because this match is going to be so fast and so furious, we might as well get it out of the way within the practice darts. 5 minutes, 48 seconds.
Okay, first
And it was Graham Usher
first.
who did that
Game on.
against Gavin Carling in phase 4 of this year. It's going to be fast, it's going to be furious, and it's lights out and away we
100.
throw.
remember there used to be a
60.
program, like I think it was called Storage Wars. And
Oh,
the guy who used to do the bidding was.
57.
I feel like we might be having to commentate. Like, very much around to the audience.
I'd do that anyway.
140.
Just need to get the high pitch, and there's my Henry Deacon impression.
60.
That was a great program, that was.
85.
Didn't one of the people on there get an item at an auction? It was worth $1 million.
Yeah, there was some good stuff in those lockers.
140.
I know if I did it, I'd get like a dirty sofa. I'm not that lucky.
55. Danny Rick, 144.
Don't forget to pay the lady was the famous line, wasn't it?
60. Graham, you require 161.
Well, this would be some way to kickstart the game. The bullseye for Graham Usher for 161.
136.
Went
Danny
for a
Rick,
while away.
84.
2 12s.
Game shot in the first leg.
Told you to be
Danny
fast and
Lauby.
furious. That first leg was done in 17 darts, and it still only took a minute and a half.
Second leg, it's Graham to throw first.
The
180.
first of what could be a plethora.
Well, you said, and I quote Henry here,
97.
there could be a 9 darter in this group. It won't be this leg.
100.
I might have gone a little early on that one.
100. 83. 140.
Usher on the
Graham,
Della.
138.
Call it the Della because that's the shot he famously hit to win the World Championship. And that was the route that he went for it as well. The 18s to leave the 12s.
98.
Very
Danny require
happy to Leave
164.
himself tops. He'll feel quite safe in the knowledge that Lauby back on 164.
140.
For a level
Graham,
game.
40.
And a 13 dart leg.
Game shot in the
14 will
second
do
leg.
the job.
Graham
We have
Usher.
wrapped up 2 legs in under 3 minutes. We said it'll be fast. We said it'd be good. 101
Look, it's Danny
apiece
to throw
on the
first.
averages.
Game on.
As Danny Lauby, a second generational talent, Danny Lauby. Comes
81.
back to the board. Dan Lauby's father, Dan Lauby Senior, was a quite handy player himself.
100.
Played in the 1999, the 2000, the 2001 and the 2004 World Championships. Closest he got through
100.
was against Graham Stoddard, who went down 3-2 in that one in the 2000 version. We also saw him in the
140.
1999 World Match Play as well. Now 62 years
180.
old, so complete opposite end of the career when we look at the Dan Laubys.
140. Danny Rick, 140.
So Usher's going
60.
to return for
Graham, you
1-2-1 to break the
121.
throw in the third with Lauby back on 80. And he's going to get a go. He should get a dart at tops to
57. Danny Rick,
lead this
80.
game 2-1. Tops, tops.
Game shot in the
Oh, that's
third leg.
beautiful. That's
Danny
absolutely
Lauby.
wonderful. That's absolutely majestic. To first off have the temerity to do it.
Fourth leg, it's
And then
Graham to throw
secondly
first.
to put it
Game
off.
on.
Absolutely superb by Danny Lauby. The averages are 103
55.
apiece. Sometimes when you give a game the big build-up, it sometimes falls flat in your face.
60.
But this is an absolute corker. Now,
58.
Danny Lauby's in action now, which gives us the opportunity, Matt, to tee up today's tungsten teaser.
100.
At least this one's better than yesterday's. Yesterday's, I've got to say it again, was terrible.
100.
So, Danny Lauby is American. The first ever world match play in 1994 was won
58.
by an American in Larry Butler. Can you name the other American players in that field? There's another 9 to get.
83.
Tweet us at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram
59.
to give us your answers, to give us some shout-outs, and we will reveal the answer in Danny's next game against Adam Lipscombe a little bit later on.
35. 100. Grammy requires 70. 50. Danny requires 124.
This would hurt. Graham Usher been putting in a good level of performance.
99.
And that is Danny
Grammy
Lauby's
required
first start
20.
at a double in this game.
No score.
There's more
Danny
woes
required 25.
for Graham Usher and visible frustration kicking in.
13. Grammy required 20.
Gets another opportunity. Double 10. Double that's not really been his friend this week.
Game shot
But
the
be his
fourth
best friend
leg.
right now.
Graham
Because
Usher.
Graham Usher has just levelled up the match. And have you got any indication in which direction this game's going so
Do you think
far? I
it's Danny
suppose
to
the only
throw
thing we can go to at the
first?
moment is the fact that it's all going with throw.
Lauby had the opportunity to push clear. He couldn't take advantage of it. But with the darts at the beginning of leg 5,
180.
he kicks off in perfect style. And Usher responds in kind. That's the 4th max of this match.
You remember earlier in the week, I
96.
did actually speak about Graham Usher and the reaction to the 180. He actually put him number 17 in the world. When someone hits a max against him, he was averaging the 104 mark with the next 3 darts. That was a very good quality of bounce back ability, which is kind of what we can say about Danny Lauby's
35.
darts. They just bounce back at him.
Bounce out ability.
In a leg like this, losing a dart could be huge. Because
6.
Graham Usher got the bit between his teeth and he is chasing down that break of throw. He is hungry for points and he has been starved of them so far this week.
80.
It's happened again.
Grammy required 121.
Is that 7 now he's had bounced out today?
I think that was just a poorly thrown dart, to be honest, because it was almost like it hit the board sideways.
96.
It went in at a strange angle.
Danny required 110.
But those 2 darts, even if they were just single 20s, would have left him a 2-dart finish. And now he's missed the big number. He wasn't afforded the luxury of time due to the
70.
bounce outs.
Grammy required 25.
Graham Usher does exactly the same thing. There's a little wander round as a reset. A double 4.
Game
Great
shot the
recovery
5th
there from
leg.
Graham Usher.
Graham Usher.
And when you look at the week that Graham Usher has had, it would be so easy in that situation to just let that get
So
on top
it's
of you.
Graham to throw
But to
first.
just step back
Game
the way he
on.
did, recover with the 3 and the double 4. Kudos there to
22.
Graham Usher.
And just for the first time today, Danny Lauby stood at the back of the stage, head down. Now, usually, we'll watch it when Graham gets to the oche next.
46.
When he comes back to the oche, he stands just off to the left. Bit of an American thing, actually, the way they just stand back. And now he's going to stand out camera shot just to make us
95.
look absolute mugs here in the Coventry Box. But most of the game, he's been standing to the back, arms behind his back.
140.
Well, different countries have different rules. For example, where the edge of the oche is, some countries have a line that goes right the way across. So you've got the line of the oche, and then they'll put like a tape line down. You are not allowed to approach the oche until your opponent has
95.
walked past. I would not be surprised knowing where Daniel Lauby's from, if a very similar rule was implied somewhere around where he played his darts.
This could be the last time he steps back from the off key, because Graham Usher needs himself on 104 after 12 to take the match. One dart at tops.
84.
Drags just below, and so
Danny require 120.
this may well be Lauby's last chance. Tops to take us all the way.
100.
Doesn't go
Danny
until
require
Usher
20.
returns for double 10 to see the job
Game
through, and see the
shot
job through
of
he
the
does.
match.
And Graham Usher gets the
Graham
better
Usher.
of Danny Lauby by 4 legs to 2. It's he who gets his first victory of the day against the American. It kind of strayed down to that 5th leg there, where Danny Lauby had 2 bounce outs at ill-opportune times. Graham Usher took advantage and then went on to take the next, which has seen him the victor against Danny Lauby by 4 legs to 2. We're going to take a short break. When we return, there's a repeat of last night's local final when Adam Lipscombe takes on Gary Stone.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Yes, it is the world's leading weekly darts tournament, and it's free to watch anywhere in the world via our YouTube channel. Of course, viewers in the UK can see us on Sporty Stuff TV as well. And if you are able to get to Portsmouth on a Saturday night, you can attend absolutely free as well. There might be a couple of local players in action on Saturday as well. So head to dartshop.tv to secure your tickets for finals night. Well, one man who is hoping to be at finals night is Graham Usher. After a slow start to the week, he has picked up a win in Group C. He's averaged 93, which seems to be the mark for winning matches so far today. 4 out of 12 on the doubles, getting over the line eventually against Danny Lauby in a really decent game, actually. He almost averaged 93 himself, not much in it. 5 180s between the pair of them, much better stuff, but Danny Lauby still having problems with bounce outs. Maybe needs to sharpen his points or something, because that could prove to cost him a lot of points and maybe a lot of legs this week. Coming next, though, it's a man who's had no problems in his last couple of days. Gary Stone, fine form he finds himself in. He's taking on Adam Lipscombe, who, you know, maybe showed a few signs in that first match despite not getting a leg on the board. A couple of 140s here from the debutant. Missed a few darts at double against Arjan Konterman, but no such trouble for Stone, who sealed his very impressive win against Lauby with that bullseye finish to clean up the 1-2-1. As we have mentioned, you've heard the boys in commentary mention as well, this pair did meet in a final of a local competition last night. Gary Stone came out the winner. Here at the Super Series, he's won 9 of his last 11 matches, if you include his run last night where he would have won 5 or 6, including, of course, one against yours truly. That's after I won a game, Henry. You won't have experienced that before, so, you know, just keep quiet a little bit. We'd all like Henry to keep quiet a little bit, wouldn't we? Over to Matt Edgar to lead us into this one.
Yeah, that's quite good, actually. I wish we could have this mute button on the life of Henry rather than just on this microphone as well, or at least a volume button so we can just turn him down every now and then. Adam Lipscombe, 30-year-old from Portsmouth, going to be hoping to turn it up a little bit. Started off a 4-0 defeat to Arjan Konterman, but as we've just seen, shown some interesting signs, and shown some signs last night. This was the local final. Gary Stone winning that one. He just can't get enough darts, can he, Gary Stone? Big fan of the arrows, and he's a big fan of the points tally at the moment. Started his day off, a 4-2 victory over Danny Lauby. Gary Stone, though, is one of those players that's just got better as the weeks gone on.
It's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Been some scary numbers on the maxes. Didn't get one in his opening game, so by all things considered, we should expect to see some 180s in this one.
Am I allowed to talk?
No. I'm going to do this game all by myself.
58.
Might pop next door and get some lunch then. See you later.
45.
I believe you've actually made yourself quite useful, actually, recently. Haven't you found us a little bit of a nugget of information with Adam Lipscombe?
So, when Adam spent a bit
97.
of time away from the sport, he actually took part in strongman competitions. You know, when they lift buses and things like that. It's actually similar to the one that we throw each other under. But yeah, he took part in those sorts of events, and
96.
just wonder whether maybe sometimes the absence makes the heart for the game grow stronger, and that's possibly what we're seeing here
60.
with Adam Lipscombe, taking some time away, doing some other things that interest him in life, and come back to it, and maybe just rekindle that love for the game again. We saw something similar with Conan Whitehead, which we'll discuss in the next leg. 157 for Lipscombe to take the opener in this one against Stone.
68. Gary Rock 110.
Tops for 110, and it would have been for his third ton plus checkout of the day already. And so Lipscombe returns at 89, looking to get his first leg on the board here at the Super Series, and nicely done as well.
Lipscombe.
Both darts thrown with authority, both darts thrown with conviction, and Lipscombe leads Stone by a leg to 0.
Life's very short, and I always say if there's something you want to do in your life, go do it and never live with that regret. And I can get what Adam Lipscombe did there. I did exactly the same sort of thing. I wanted to go do some wrestling, some boxing, some MMA. I wanted to go and experience that lifestyle, and I took a step away from darts after the youth days. I actually used to come down here to Portsmouth to train, which is quite ironic.
140.
And he's not the only one who's done a bit of strongman. I can't for the life of me think. I keep thinking Daniel Larson.
99.
I Could be wrong.
Dennis Nielsen, I believe, did a bit of strongman stuff.
Yeah, I remember Michael
91.
Smith. Was Michael Smith big fan of that sort of strongman stuff? Probably because he looks like Eddie Hall. But I remember him having a oh, wow,
95.
that was interesting.
130.
That was like a James Richardson moment again there, where he sort of rested a dart on a dart and ended up getting the points.
The pinball
58.
dart. It bounces all over the place, but finds its intended target.
177. Gary requires 72.
72 for Gary Stone to level this game up at 1 apiece.
7 scored.
7 with the first dart,
65.
which leaves him on 65. So 15 for the bullseye to take this second leg. With the darts, doesn't go. So Lipscombe gets his opportunity on 70. But break a throw and a 2-0 lead. Top. Now it's tops.
30. Gary required 25.
2 12s for Stone.
Game shoulder.
Granite from Gary.
Gary
to level this
Stone.
up at 1 apiece. Lipscombe had his opportunity. He couldn't convert.
Third against Adam to throw first.
Having a little chuckle to myself. So, Dennis Nielsen, I've just looked him up again very briefly from Sweden. 46-year-old, did the strongman and the darts. Actually, his nickname was Strongman, which makes a lot of sense. I'm going to do a bit of strongman. I'm going to call myself Strongman, which makes it funny when we look at Adam Lipscombe, who's called the Baby, and has a picture of himself with a nappy on.
85.
Nobody puts Baby in the corner.
123. 140.
Luckily, no dirty dancing. We might be seeing some dirty darting, some beautiful stuff we've seen so far today. And this game really is setting a good standard as well. Stone averaging 95.71, Lipscombe 94.17. And in fairness to Lipscombe, in that opening defeat against Arjan Konterman, it was an 83.81 average, which
44.
isn't too bad for a TV debut, not by any stretch of the imagination. Amazingly, such is the standard today. It's actually the lowest average of the day. That's alongside the Usher 80. It's the second lowest average of the day. Another. Double 16.
100. Gary Rick, 180.
That would have been a moment that he could have clipped up and sent round to all his friends.
80.
I'd say that's presuming they're not watching, but if that was me, I'd still be doing it anyway, even if it was watching. Have another look to this, mate.
Game
this is how you check out a 132. Well, that is how you check out the 32. Adam Lipscombe, who wasn't able to get a leg on the board in his opening game, has got 2 in this one and is leading the bookies' favourite to win this group.
Is there a familiarity factor because these two played last night, especially on a new venture for Adam like today? Does that familiarity to a certain extent help him settle the understandable nerves he's going to have playing in this tournament today?
Well, what it does, what he will do is he will come into this event as Gary Stone gets his first 180 of this group. He will come into this group and he's going to want people to know how good he is. And he will come across players for the first time today. And when you do that, you want to set some form of a mark. You want them to know that you're not the whipping boy of this group. He already did that last night. Because you can guarantee by getting through to the final in the lineup of the field that was there, and whatever level of performance he put in, he will know, or Gary Stone is going to know about Adam Lipscombe. So he's already done that part of the job. Today it's about turning up now and trying to beat
82.
him. And currently, he's achieving that target.
90.
I'd go down for the 25. Leave himself on a finish. Would have been 167 if he got the 25. But he's missed the ball with the first dart, Stone, which means he's only going to get one at top.
Gary Stone.
The 2-2. That could have gone a little bit awry, but it hasn't in the end. That's a 15 dart
Adam
leg for
to throw
Gary Stone.
first. Game on.
Averages 91 and 94 respectively. And to be honest, everything so far has been pretty good, what we've seen.
95.
Yeah, even the numbers, the counting, the thinking, this is something that sometimes the brain can just go a bit mushy on. Even when it's something you know, sometimes the other factors just take over and you just forget to do the right things. And on that last shot, he went 20, he left himself 192. He switched down to the ball for the ball or the 25 in order to try and leave a finish. So, again, Adam Lipscombe showing that he is
80.
very well acquitted. And there's all the tools that are going to be needed to be successful in this sort of environment.
80. 180.
2 180s for Gary Stone. We said at the start of this match we expect him to make a move on that column.
95. Gary require
in his opening
101.
game. It is a key feature of Gary Stone's game. Big maximum hitting.
49. Enemy require 91.
29 180s he managed to hit in Group A.
81.
Good effort there
Gary
from Adam.
require
But
52.
it's just opened the door now for Gary Stone.
Game
Bit of a
shown the
grimace
fifth leg.
from Gary.
Stone.
And then he converts, and that's the breaker throw that Gary Stone has been looking for. He's now one leg away from the perfect start to the
Gary
day.
to throw first.
We could be looking at back-to-back victories.
And I suppose this is the difference between
36.
playing in a lot of local competitions and then playing on this Super Series stage. Mistakes will get punished, not even mistakes, just the odd missed dart here and there will get punished
60.
more vigorously than, without disrespect to these competitions, than sometimes maybe in those kind of games.
Well, it's just levels, isn't it? It's not disrespect,
100.
it's the levels. There are levels to this game. There are levels to the quality of the opponent that you are going to play against. That's why we have the
100.
system in place. Where is your level? Is it a local level? Is it in your Super League? Is it in your county? Is it international darts? Is it tournament darts?
60.
Is it the Super Series or is it the Pro Tour? Where is your level? And it's just finding where that is.
121.
He's acquitting himself very, very well on this stage. That's the average. Let's have a look at the scoring power pack now, shall we?
60.
4-ton pluses, 4-ton 40s for Lipscombe. Nice evenly spread for Stone. 2-ton pluses, 2 maxes, and the 5 140s
140.
in the middle. Add another one of that to Lipscombe's score. That's the checkout percentage whilst we're there. 84, a last leg decider in this particular battle.
42.
This
Adam, you
is
require 80.
impressive from Adam. So he just had his throw broken, Gary Stone throwing for the match. This is a reaction. When we're looking at the checklist of things to look at for a
40.
dart player at this level, one of them is how you react to a major setback like your throw being broken like Gary Stone just did. This is a massive tick for Adam if he can get over this
61.
line.
Adam, you require 40.
2 10s.
Game
To take
shown the
us the
sixth leg.
distance.
Adam Lipscombe.
And the way this game's gone, it's probably the right outcome, it going all the way.
7
Well, when I
from
talk
final
about that
against Adam to
checklist
throw
of things we
first.
look for on
Game
the
on.
dart player checklist, one of them is last leg shootout. How do you perform in a last leg shootout? He does have the advantage
95.
of throw, which would make him slight favourite to win this situation. We don't know how Adam Lipscombe's going to get on in this situation, but we have seen
100.
Gary Stone here many times before, and Gary Stone is a 50-50 sort of man in this
60.
environment.
83.
So he's 50-50, but against the darts. lost 15 times, won 9.
77.
So his good percentage more or less comes when he's got the throw. But in this situation, especially if you can find one of those trademark 180s, his third of the match, his third of the day, and possibly the best timed one
135,
he will have all
Gary,
day.
138.
So it gives him an opportunity to win the match. He's been the man for the ton plus finishes today.
120.
And that one was to win his second game of the day.
Now that 138, I get the play. It's great. I'd probably do the same thing, especially the way that dart was lied, going straight and trying to stay on that treble 20. But now, it just splits the mind a little bit when you come back. You got the 9s for this reason. It splits down horribly. He's just squeezed that in the 1.
10.
And Adam has an opportunity to get his first victory of the day against the favourite to win this group.
Double 5.
35.
Doesn't go.
Gary
That could be the last darts he throws in this game. Stone returning then for double 4. To seal victory and to seal his second win of the day from 2 matches. And just like in the final they played in the local competition last night, it is Gary Stone who ends up the victor against Adam Lipscombe in this one by 4 legs to 3. 3 maximums in the process as well for Stone. Lipscombe 2 defeats from 2. We're going to take a short break. When we return, Diogo Portela, who beat Graham Usher in his opening game, plays Arjan Konterman. One of them is going to make it onto 4 points. Find out who next.
Welcome back. It's time for a bit of reflection on what we've seen so far with Mr. Matthew Edgar. We'll start with the last match there because Gary Stone made it 2 from 2, but he didn't have it all his own way against Adam Lipscombe, did he?
No, and it was a decent performance. Gary Stone now starting to find those 180s, something we've seen from him over the last couple of days. 29 180s over Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, and he's now starting to add to that tally. But regardless of any numbers we're looking at there, the most important number is those match darts. Adam carved out an opportunity, then missed those 3 darts. Clear darts at the end, coming back at the double. Could have been a different story there. Could have got some points on the board.
Yeah, have you been impressed with him? He lost 4-0 his first match, but very quickly seemed to have lifted his level.
Yeah, I mentioned like the dart player checklist that we're sort of running him through, and definitely lifted the level. He was reactive to darts and reactive in a positive way. It would have been so easy when Gary Stone went 3-2 up for him just to have rolled over, but he brought it back to 3-3 and ended up carving out another opportunity. He just wasn't able to take it at that point.
And another player had a disappointing start, Graham Usher. It would have been easy for him to kind of fall, but he again picked his level up, didn't he? Just like Adam did.
Yeah, and I expect to see that from Graham Usher now. I think we're going to keep going on that upwards curve. When we look at Graham Usher in terms of what we've seen from him in the past and what we've seen from him in just his personality changing from day to day, he looks more like the Graham Usher, like I said at the start of the show, and I expect to see him keep going up in that upward trajectory.
Well, next up, it's 2 players who won their opening match earlier this morning in Diogo Portela and Arjan Konterman. Portela hit this 118 checkout twice. He looked in fine form, didn't he, straight away?
Yeah, and doing it in 2 different ways as well is always an interesting one, isn't it? He took out the 118 on the tops and he took it out again for the match using the double 19, and he was very, very good. He was solid on the outer ring. He was finding a treble almost with every throw. It was the lack of trebleless visits that made him look really impressive in that game. And he sort of said, didn't he, at the start of the show, that he's using this as preparation for the World Championships. Well, if he can produce like that, he could be a threat in that game as well.
And do you take anything from that match we just saw the end of there between Konterman and Lipscombe? Konterman played some decent stuff yesterday, but was that kind of the ideal first fixture for him? We'll learn more now.
Yeah, it worked out really well for him, didn't it? When, say, Lipscombe didn't really turn up in that game. He was restricted to a couple of darts at the double, but that is also down to Konterman and the level that he produced in that and restricting him to just minor opportunities. We'll see more moving forward now. He's getting into the meat of this group and he's going to be taking on some of the players, like we see, Diogo, who produced really good in the opening game. This one has a lot of question marks over it for me.
Certainly does. Well, let's find out who will make it 2 from 2. Matthew Edgar will go and make it 2 in the commentary box as he joins Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. So, 2 opening victors toe-to-toe in their second games of the day. And both very impressive in their victories. Portela with a 93.5 average against Usher, while Konterman just looked so controlled, so comfortable against Adam Lipscombe, just dipped below the 90 at the end of that game. Just a couple of missed doubles to get over the line was the reason why it dragged below. But for a lot of that game, he was averaging about 92, which has kind of been the par for the course today in this group. Portela using this competition over the next couple of days as match practice and preparation on the stage ahead of his appearance at the World Championships at the Alexandra Palace in December. For Arjan Konterman, it's an opportunity to give himself some match practice ahead of a busy end of the year for himself.
60.
Coming around the WDF circuit.
85.
And talking about the WDF circuit, we've seen the list of players playing the WDF World Masters. One of them is Paul Lim, who's actually going under the nation of Hong Kong in this tournament, which has a link to the tungsten teaser, because 1 or 2 people have asked, does Paul Lim count as an answer? Well, Paul Lim played in that tournament, but he played under the flag of Singapore at that point. So the tungsten teaser, if you have just joined us, is Larry Butler won the first ever world match play in 1994 as an American qualifier. Can you name the other American players in the field? 10 in total. You need to find the other 9 at MSS Darts, Facebook, Twitter and Instagram to give us your answers. Portela here, 148 for the opening leg of this match with the darts. Konterman poised on 58 and is going to get the opportunity to break the throw early on here.
41.
It's ironic how players leave certain shots the same, isn't it? Diogo Portela had a shot of the 148 in his opening game, missed the double 14.
Game shot on the first
Konterman
leg.
just continues
Arjan
to
Konterman.
impress. There's going to be a point where we're going to have to start talking about Konterman for potentially
Second leg
winning
is
this group,
Arjan to throw
because
first.
the level of performance we've seen from him has increased. It's got better. I mean, yesterday was just a shy under the 91 for the day over his 5
45.
matches. 3 180s, 2 tumblers checkouts, a best of 13 darts. On Tuesday, he was on the 89.36. So he's gradually got
95.
better, because on Monday he was just on an 86. So he's got better and better as the week's gone on. It's like he's growing in confidence. Are we seeing a player develop before our very eyes?
58.
Possibly, and we've seen this happen a lot of the times with players where maybe it takes 2 or 3 days to settle into it, and then come Thursday, Friday, find their straps, and maybe that's what Konterman's doing. He's getting
59.
better as the week goes on. But we mentioned this morning the 2 players who are odds at 4-1 on the sports book, Konterman and Usher, were potentially the
100.
ones to watch out for this week, and they were the ones that could perhaps represent some value. Now, if Konterman carries on in the vein that he's playing, that 4-1 will come in significantly.
60.
I do think, though, I'm ready for Edgar's prediction. I think
58.
I've seen enough, and I'm ready to say that the 2 players that will qualify through this group are Gary Stone, Graham Usher.
95.
Do tweet us your predictions at MSS Darts on social media. We want you to be a part of the programme today. We'll also bring
50.
back the Midnight Darts Club later, which we launched last week.
It will be here at midnight tonight. Group B kicking off around about 10 o'clock. That's a tasty looking group, isn't it, that Group B?
100.
I'll tell you the names in the next leg because it is going to be special, that is for sure.
25.
I think we'll just call that the Lauby from now on. And
Diogo, you
more
require
importantly there as
92.
well, he's not on a finish. So Portela has 6 from 92. That strays into the single 5, so 87 remaining.
26.
And I suppose it was lucky that Conway wasn't on the finish because he's not really cleaned that up, has he?
I mean, even if the dart penetrated the board, it looked like it was going in a single 3, so he still wouldn't have been on a finish on the 162. He's certainly on a finish now, though.
66.
And Diogo, although 66 does not look like a big finish, if he doesn't get this first dart right, it is only a 1 dart at a double shot. Now, it is that exact equation. 1 dart at the double.
46.
And it's just sometimes
Aaron,
how
you
the numbers
require
break
32.
down. Sometimes shots can appear easily. 62 is exactly the same. It looks quite a small finish on the actual face of it, but
Game
unless you
shot
get
on the
that treble
second
with the
leg.
first dart, you're getting 1
Arjan
dart at the
Konterman.
double. Diogo missed his. Konterman takes it, doubles up the lead.
So look, it's Diogo to throw first. Game on.
Another thing we can say about
140.
Diogo is it's gone a little bit quieter next door in the practice room since Diogo's gone out there. He is a very bubbly character. He has a laugh that just travels.
140.
Bit of a magician as well, actually. If you've ever been around Diogo, he likes a bit of close-up magic. So he's got a trick up his sleeve, despite the fact he plays in short ones.
57.
And likes a good old pun as well. Put this way, if me and Diogo are in the same room as each other, you might want to
59.
exit stage left.
Most people say that just when you're in the room anyway, don't they?
Is it one of them days?
Yeah, I just feel bad that you're dragging
134.
Diogo down to your level.
$126. Diogo, you reckon 170.
This would bring him up a level. The biggie, the biggest one. On the ball. Went for it.
145.
In that situation, you didn't have to go for it, but I'd have done exactly the same thing in that situation. You've got to have a go at the biggie when it's there.
100. Diogo, you require 25.
But what it has done is given him only 2 darts at double as opposed to 3. Double 12. This is a group of players that like this part of the board. Danny Lauby goes this way similarly.
30.
And we saw
Aaron, you
pretty much an
require
action replay of what he
76.
did in the previous match. As Konterman returns to 76, he's going to get a dart at tops for 3-0. But that drags
56.
just below.
Diogo, you require
And this could be
12.
for the first leg concession of his day if Portela can take out this double 6.
That is awkward, that first dart. He has come left, he's hit the barrel and
Game
gone out
shot, the
wide, and
third
that is a
leg.
very good dart.
Diogo Portela.
Very, very good dart. That was a very awkward lie. He's got quite a chunky barrel as well.
Fourth leg is
So
Arjan to throw first.
if he doesn't get that right, that's just going to bounce off like it did with that first one. And you've got these sort of straight line barrels. You can use them a little bit
82.
easier than when they're rounded, like Diogo's is. Very good dart. And that is the first leg that you've mentioned that Konterman has lost today.
Beat Adam Lipscombe by 4 legs to
100.
0 in his opening match. That was in game 3. You see the side-on angle of both
137.
players throwing action. We haven't really analysed Diogo's action as much this week. Just talk us through this. I know you spent a bit of time with him, Matt.
Yeah, we're just trying to get a little bit more
60.
natural rhythm within the game. With Diogo, he's got all the tools there, but it's a bit robotic. I'm just trying to get a bit more fluency, a little bit more
96.
natural rhythm into what he's doing.
Everything about his throw is about repetition, isn't it?
100.
Yes. And with that, we go to a fluency style of learning, which means he's going to constantly need reps. He needs time on the board, which is
100.
why he wanted to come here to play, because everything about his setup and his throw is fluency, which means the more he plays, the better he's going to get. Not the case with everybody.
95. Aaron, you require 86.
So 86 for 3-1 for Konterman. Another one of them. Gives himself a dart at the bullseye,
61.
which he scares on the
Diogo, you require
25.
146.
This time it's a 146 Portela wants as opposed to the 148 we've seen him trouble a couple of times.
64. Aaron, you
Now
require
to
25.
buck the trend, Konterman is probably going to go 988.
17. Diogo, you require 82.
Seen a few players now struggle on that breakdown of 25. They're going to be punished by Portela. 81 less, so treble 19 for double 12, which is his favoured double.
35. Aaron, you require 8. Four.
Double 2, and it's been a game really dictated by
Diogo, you require 47.
struggles at the end of legs. Tots for 2-2.
Game shot on the full
Tots it is for 2-2.
Diogo Portela.
Breaker throw, he steps right back
Fifth
down
leg,
the
it's
hockey.
Diogo to throw first.
So let Konterman
Game
know
on.
what he has just done. We see again the style of this Brazilian superstar.
100. 60.
Diogo is quite a tall guy. Certainly a lot taller than you may think in relation to his setup, and his stance is sort of perfect to his height.
42.
Now you see with the throw and with the release, there isn't actually that lift in the shoulder which you traditionally get with somebody who has a slightly lower elbow. That comes because of the height,
100.
the natural height that Diogo brings to the board. And he keeps that height. Keeps that good line of balance going all the way through the front side of the body, which allows him to keep the height around the shoulder joint.
133.
Joint, obviously a ball and socket joint. We want that sort of free movement in that area.
120.
He's clattered into the flights there. I don't even think he's reached the board with that dart. We're seeing a few darts on the floor today. It's almost that point where we need that extender stick, the magnetic
59.
stick to pick them up.
Put it this way, Owen Binks won't have to do yoga after this session's finished. Not that he strikes me as a yoga fanatic.
81. Diogo, you record 167.
167 then for 3-2. Rally's 164.
42. Arjan, you record 140.
I don't know about you, this game's just reached a little bit of a
60.
flat point.
Yeah,
Diogo,
you
you
can see there,
record
Diogo puts his darts
125.
down. He has a bit of a flex at the back of the stage. He has played a lot of darts. There is a lot of tension in the Diogo body at the moment.
49.
Routines the other
Arjan, you
week to try
record
and help
80.
stretch him out a little bit and try and get a bit of fluidity.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
And you can see what that means
Arjan
to Arjan.
Konterman.
Nice last dart in hand on the 5-5 to
Sixth leg, it's
retake the lead
Arjan
and
to
break
throw
the throw.
first. Game on.
Diogo is one of these people, though, that is so regimented in what he does. And you almost feel like he just needs to trust himself a little bit more and trust the processes that
59.
he has been using. He's so regimented in his entire routine and setup. And that doesn't just mean in darts. I mean, like, in general life, you'd think being from Brazil and how jokey he is, that he'd be quite laissez-faire, quite laid back. It doesn't really matter
95.
too much. No, he is to the dot in terms of clockwork. There's a very strange story I can tell. A very
90.
strange moment in my life. I was going to do a video podcast with Diogo Portela. And I said to him, I will ring you at 1:30 so that we can get the cameras set up and we can get everything set up and done and we can have a chat.
140.
I rang him 3 minutes early. I rang him at 27 minutes past. He answered that video call naked.
100.
And he goes, "What are you doing, man? You're 3 minutes early." He is that regimented with his time.
Thank you for painting a picture in everyone's head that they did not want.
59.
I think I've just
80.
broke Henry. As Konterman gets another fallout of the board. Now, this tends to happen with people that have a bit of lift in their throw. Just because you're not putting that force forward. You're not
83.
propelling the dart. You're sort of floating the dart so it comes in on a bigger arch. You can see in terms of the angle of the dart there how it enters the board. The arch that the journey of the
85.
dart's been on. He nearly lost another one there as well.
Diogo, you record
You're hitting that flight at the
124.
back of the dart. It just takes out that bit of pace, and you've taken the pace out within the throw itself. And this is a bullseye to take us all the way to our last leg
99.
shootout.
Aaron, you require
This is the good thing
87.
about these short format matches. I'm saying it's a bullseye to level up the game. We're now throwing at 87 for the match.
51. Diogo, you require 25.
Diogo has been going 1 double 12 for this combination. And that's his MO again.
Game
This
shot on the
time
sixth
to
leg.
some success.
Diogo Portela.
And we go all the way to a deciding leg in this one.
Seventh and final leg, it's Diogo to
A
throw
little
first.
bit attritional at times.
Game
Neither player
on.
kind of found the spark that we've come to expect from them. Especially Konterman with his consistency over the last couple of days. But the important thing both players to be thinking here is just get the W by hook and by crook.
100.
That's all that ever matters, winning games. You don't get paid for averages. You only pay winners.
60.
And that is something that really gets drilled into you when you get on things such as the PDC Pro Tour, because there'll be times you'll lose the first round with 100 average, 105 average, and you're looking round at people winning with an 85 or a low 80.
57.
And you can feel a bit bitter on that day. But at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is winning. Doesn't matter how you do so. Only winners get paid in this
96.
game.
$134.
That could be the visit that turns the screw in this leg. 2:10 after 9 for Portela with the darts,
77.
and he's going to get the opportunity here to set it up quite nicely. Nicely indeed. That'll do nicely. Leads himself on 74 after 12 with Konterman back on 268. So Portela returning 74 to
98.
seal what would be a second straight
requires
victory to start his
74.
day.
Game
And that is a
shot on the
perfect start
match.
to the day for
Diogo
Diogo Portela, who
Portela.
kicks off with back-to-back victories and 4 points on the board, and also just breaks a bit of an unwanted record that he has had. 21 times he has gone 3-3, and he's only won 7 of those matches, losing 14. It's another W in that column, and he will be correcting that stat moving forward. But the most important stat is the points. 4 points for him so far. No points for Danny Lauby. No points for Adam Lipscombe. But them two are playing each other next, so something's got to give. We'll find out in just a couple of minutes' time.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the boy from Brazil has gone back-to-back. Diogo Portela winning his second match of the day. A little bit more troublesome than his first, when he got the better of Graham Usher 4-1. A last leg decider needed to defeat Dutchman Arjan Konterman in that one. Not the highest quality game we've seen today. We've seen a few averages above 90, but Portela ground out that win, and he makes it 2 from 2 in the early stages of Group C. And let's get a first look now at that Group C league table. Portela top of it, going back-to-back along with Gary Stone. 1 win apiece for Konterman and Graham Usher, and yet to win Danny Lauby and Adam Lipscombe. But that is about to change, because that pair are going head-to-head in the next match here. Danny Lauby has had some good moments, including this tops finish in his defeat to Usher earlier on. Adam Lipscombe, well, he lost his first match 4-0, but he bounced back performance-wise, winning the opening leg of his match against Gary Stone with that 89 checkout, going on to force a last leg decider and missing 3 darts in that final leg to win the game. So one of them will get off the mark here. Who will pick up their first points in Group C, and who will be stranded in the cellar? Let's find out with Henry and Matt.
Sort of feel this game is vital, as with this group there are only 2 places available from the 6 players that will be taking part in it, and with that you've got to get a minimum 7 wins on the board, I'd say, as a minimum. Sometimes you need 8. Now, both these players have lost both of their games, which means at the moment they can still hit that sort of mark.
It's Danny to throw first.
If you are to lose this match, it literally has to be perfect from here, including a couple of big wins along the way. If you're Adam, for example, who has a 4-0 defeat to his name as well. So I sort of feel if these players want to get through to Saturday,
85.
it is now or never.
And in the case of Danny Lauby, lost both of those games 4-2, but had opportunities in both of those matches, especially in his second game against Graham Usher, where he had darts to go 3-1 up.
60.
Yeah, they both carved out opportunities for themselves, haven't they? Adam missed those match darts. He managed to get himself clear darts at the tops, the 10s and the 5s.
137.
And what we've seen in the past, you'd say Danny Lauby's probably more acquitted to this situation.
140.
Danny Lauby is the subject of our tungsten teaser.
140.
That was nearly a tungsten pleaser. We'll reveal the answer. His next game is Diogo Portela. Larry Butler won the first ever World Match Play in '94. Name the other American players in the field. You need to find 9 of them. That was a 9 that Danny Lauby didn't want to find.
44. Adam, it requires 76.
To work out, because it almost looked like he was going at a 12 there, because it seems too far away from the 14 to have been there.
Game shot in the first leg. Adam
Lipscombe.
Lipscombe.
A quality check there from Adam Lipscombe, who missed match darts
Second
at
against
that
Adam
target
to throw
in his last
first.
game against Gary Stone. And he's used it there to wrap up a 15 dart leg.
140.
And he is firing in this one.
These are the sort of darts that the scouts that we have here at the Super Series have been seeing on a consistent and regular basis. This is lovely from Lipscombe.
100.
Is it me, or has he injected a little bit more pace into his throw here? Looks a bit quicker. Looks like he's just relying a little bit more on what he naturally can do.
It looks like he's relaxed. Whereas I think the first game in particular, you could
85.
tell that there was 1 or 2 nerves creeping in. But now he looks as if he's set and settled in this environment
42.
at the live lounge.
There's definitely more rhythm. There's definitely more trust in the Adam Lipscombe throw right now. Not going to use the term muscle memory because I hate
58.
it.
Adam, you require 91. Game shot on the
I'm also not
second
going to
leg.
over-describe
Adam
what it
Lipscombe.
really is. But that's the term that is most suited to what Adam is doing
Feel
right
like it's
now.
Danny to throw first.
A 15
Game
darter, a
on.
14 darter. 2 nice checkouts of a 76 and a 91. 2 from 2 on the
45.
doubles. Averaging 103. Welcome to the party, Adam.
60.
And Danny Lauby may already in this group be finding his back against the wall, because if he loses this,
45.
he senses he's probably going to have to win his last 2. Definitely win his last 2. And then on Friday, he's going to have to go on a spurt.
100.
You sense he's going to win 2 from 3. Both these players are going to win 2 from 3, and then possibly 4 tomorrow.
140.
I hate to discredit players or eliminate players from proceedings too early, but
140.
Danny Lauby loses this one. I think his chances of getting through Group C are pretty much done.
97. 40.
Especially when you look at a player like Gary Stone at the moment, who's 1, 2 from 2 and doesn't
94.
look like he's
And
going to be
you're
slowing down.
161.
He could get one of those places sewn up quite quick.
$125. Danny require 80. 60. Adam, you require 36.
That tops would have been to reduce the gap to 2-1.
Game shot on the
But now
third
Danny
leg.
Lauby finds
Adam
himself
Lipscombe.
broken for the second time in this match, and now finds himself 3-0 down. And Adam Lipscombe
Fourth leg, it's Adam to
is
throw
in
first.
the position that he would have dreamt of at the start of the day, the position where he is throwing for a victory here at the Live Lounge at the Super
100.
Series.
And he's not limping to the line.
63.
He is powering to the line. Averaging over 100.
100.
We've seen 1 ton plus average this week. That was by David Cameron on Tuesday.
100.
Seen a lot around the 95 and above, but only once have we ticked above the ton.
90.
Said to Chris Murphy, we've got our dart player checklist that we want to see ticked off. This is ticking off a lot of columns, a lot of boxes
60.
here, because let's be honest, he is battering Danny Lauby right now.
3 out of 3 on the doubles, and this
122.
is pretty much as close to a complete performance as you can get. Average of bang on a ton. 100% on the doubles, and
57.
Danny
And
Lauby's only had 1
89.
dart at double in this match. He's probably not going to get another the way that he's playing,
57.
because Lauby's back on 2-2-1. Lipscombe back for double 16 for the match.
The last box that needs to be ticked for Adam to have shown us everything to suggest he can compete in this
60.
environment is
Adam, you
hitting
require
a match dart.
32.
He missed 3 in the last game. He's missed 2 already, and he's missing by distance.
Game shot and the
But
match.
he gets that box
Adam
ticked in
Lipscombe.
the end. Last start in hand on the double 16. And not only has he got his first victory and his first points in this environment, he has done it in style. An absolute pumping of Danny Lauby there. 50% on the doubles is mightily impressive there for Adam Lipscombe. And we'll see if he can keep that one going when he takes on Graham Usher in his next game. Graham Usher is actually coming up in our next game when he will be taking on fellow Group A relegated compatriot Arjan Konterman.
Welcome back. So local lad Lipscombe lands Lauby in trouble here at the MODUS Super Series. What about that? A 4-0 win for the Pompey player who really did play up, didn't he, in that one? 95.43, hitting half of his checkout attempts, restricting Danny Lauby to just one dart at double in that match. And it really does reflect the quick turnaround from Adam Lipscombe today. Lost 4-0 in his first match, 4-3 in his next one, missing match darts in it, and then a 4-0 win of his own. And it means that he's climbing the Group C table rather, his first appearance here, of course, picking up his first points and going level with Arjan Konterman and Graham Usher, leaving Danny Lauby stranded. And as Matthew Edgar was saying in commentary, that is a very, very difficult position to come back from in this shorter two-day group. Now then, Arjan Konterman and Graham Usher were both in Group A and are therefore playing for the 4th time this week. The head-to-head between them is 2-1 in Konterman's favour, including this victory that he got over Graham yesterday, that 96 checkout en route to it, before eventually landing double 16 to get over the line. But we did see a much improved performance from Graham Usher in his previous match. Both players have won 1 and lost 1 so far today. So let's see which way this one goes. Is Usher on the up, or can Konterman prove to be the gambler's ruin?
And when you look at the odds for this game, Graham Usher 8-13 on, Arjan Konterman 6-5. I have to be honest, I wouldn't really want to put a wager on this particular matchup. Both won 1, both lost 1, as Chris said on the balcony. Usher averaged 88.83 in his 4-1 defeat to Diogo Portela. Then backed that up with a 93.1 in a 4-2 victory against Danny Lauby. That was a quality encounter, that one. As for Arjan Konterman, an 88.41 in his win against Adam Lipscombe in his opening match. In 88, which was probably around the 90, missed a couple of match darts. And then underwhelmed in that game against Diogo Portela a couple of matches ago, losing out 4-3 with a 80.5 average.
78.
So we think we know roughly whereabouts Graham Usher is. The question is, what are we going to see from Arjan Konterman?
Well, the question we've been asking is, has Konterman took a step forward?
55.
Because everything that he's produced so far this week has been above what we'd have expected from him in terms of the numbers.
100.
Are we now seeing him return back to type? It's interesting, isn't it? There's so many questions
140.
over the players. Makes it a really interesting watch when you got to see that come through. Graham Usher, we thought we was getting some answers from him, and then starts losing the line again.
94.
I am still sticking with the prediction that I think Graham Usher finds a way through to Saturday. He normally finds a way one way or the other. He normally just does it with quality darts and just blasts away the field.
94.
But in this leg, finds himself on the other end of what could be a potential break, because Konterman has left himself on top. Usher back at 171. All he can do is apply pressure to this finish, which he does to a certain extent, leaving 74. But Konterman, who has had his struggles on the doubles, but managed to pin it first time. In his first game against Lipscombe, he was 4 from 16 on the outer ring before a 3 from 15 strike rate in that defeat towards Portela. So if there's one area of his game that he'd be looking to improve upon in this matchup, it will most certainly be that.
100. 42. 140.
Trying to take his time a little bit here, something you don't normally say with Graham Usher, but one of the things is
60.
it's the processing time that he's trying to take that time with, because when he comes to the hockey and he throws his darts, that's the normal sort of rhythm and pace that we'd expect to see from Graham Usher. He's just trying to give himself a little bit more processing moments, that little bit of time as you approach the hockey. And you could see instant reward, and he was nodding along with those darts. You could tell when a player starts to do that reaction, they are starting to feel good.
96.
Becoming expectant.
That was 180. Number 118
55.
for the week.
And you're 108.
But is it going to be academic? Because Konterman on 108 looking to back the break up with a hold in the second.
Graham, you're 164.
Needs himself on 52 after 15. So he senses 164 for Graham Usher has to go. Across for treble 18, and he wasn't too far away. Just takes a little look. Asks our referee, Owen Binks, to see whether
82. Aaron, you require 52.
found the treble bit or not. End up being the other side. So Konterman returns for tops. And he duly obliges for a 2-0 lead.
Konterman. So look, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
Owen Binks. Standing in the referee's chair today.
123.
And Charlie Corsafine earlier on this week.
121.
Although, to be fair, Owen does supply the full package for us here at the Super Series. Also helps out with spotting and other duties behind the scenes.
100. 100.
Sort of done every job but be a player, hasn't he, so far?
Oh, you don't want to see that.
60.
No longer tea boy, though. Can't make a cup of tea. He's chief coffee carrier from a certain shop.
98.
Usher leaving tops after 12 to bring it back to 2-1.
61. Graham, you require 40.
2 10s.
Game shot in the third leg. Graham Usher.
His friend this week, that double 10, we mentioned it earlier on, and then he went and hit it, and you could see from the reaction after missing that first dart that he is now becoming aware of the misses in that department.
Although, just to go back to Owen, he did say something last night which needs to be brought up.
100.
Were you Oasis or Blur back in the day, Matt?
82.
I'd have to go Oasis.
Apparently, according to Owen, Blur is better than Oasis.
140.
Have we got the tumbleweed button on here, which...
59.
Yeah, I think we need it, don't we?
Need it in a couple of weeks. Glenn Durrant's back, isn't he? So we'll definitely need the tumbleweed.
Although he did try to say Coldplay the biggest band in the world, and when we looked at Oasis and Coldplay's sales records, it was a
44.
comprehensive defeat for Binks, which as a Colchester fan, he must be used to that feeling.
46.
So Usher leaving 155 after 12. Konterman on 216.
83. Graham, you're 155. 60. Aaron, you're 133. 93. Graham, you're 195. 'Game shot on the fourth leg. Graham
Usher's had a torrid week. It could have continued going 2-0 down, but then he's found some very good darts.
Fifth leg, it's Graham to throw first.
It's the doubles, isn't it? It's not been working for him ever since the opening day.
135.
Opening day, it was the stat that we was drawing our eye to, saying if we can keep that going and just find a
59.
bit of scoring power that we used to, is 40% on the opening day.
140.
24% on day 2. He recovered it to 31, which is near where you need to be, that sort of 33%, but that gave him a weekly average of just 29% on the outer ring. That is not going to get the job done. Guess that's why he finished bottom of the table. If you
186 left, yeah.
need a reason to hang your hat, he's having a little ponder, he's having a think. He wants 186 from here. 19s would be the recommended shot.
82.
Well, I'm not sure it's something you do by design, but Graham Usher's left himself on 144 after 9 nonetheless.
Well, he wanted 186. If he did it a single
25,
14, he would not have left the
144.
finish. Maybe needed to ponder a little bit longer.
80.
Well, he's set himself on 64 after 12. Konterman's all the way back on 277. Nothing he can do about it this juncture, and Usher's got another 6 from here if he wants it. 216s. Oh, he needs the 3 to lead 3-2. And to put him a leg away from a 2-1 start to the day in the wins column.
First. $58.
And has that opened the door for Graham Usher? That
60.
58 start for Arjan Konterman, who needs to hold to take us all the way to a deciding leg.
99. 100.
I still can't work it out. I've gone through all the different routes and different thoughts, and that's not the first time he did that. In the opening leg, he was on 190. He went for the 19s again to leave himself the 171. Fair to say, if Graham Usher was a
140.
Mr. Potato Head, he'd probably be mashed potato at the moment. Say sometimes the brain goes to mush.
100.
Counting certainly
130.
deserted him. So
144.
he's going to go with plan B, which is just throw quality darts, leave 71 after 12, and then you don't have to work out too much.
44. Graham requires 71.
So 1 dart at top for Usher to
31.
seal the match, and so
Graham require
Konterman returns
100.
for a ton to take us the distance. The double 10 doesn't go, and so Usher
require 40.
tops for the win by 4 legs to 2. It seals his second victory of the day against Arjan Konterman. An 88 average in the end for the gambler seals success against the Dutchman. So Graham gets his victory. We're going to take a short break, and it's going to be Gary Stone and Diogo Portela on the stage.
So Graham Usher is on the up here at the MODUS Super Series. Finally, the gambler has hit a winning run. Usher getting the better of Arjan Konterman in the previous match. 4-2, 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Very, very good indeed. A 95 checkout in there as well. 4 140s and a maximum for the man from Scarborough, who takes his win tally to 2 and his points tally to 4. We'll take a quick look at that table as Usher moves up to 3rd place and level on points with the top 2, Diogo Portela and Gary Stone. Konterman and Lipscombe have 2 points. Danny Lauby struggling without a win from his first 3 matches. And it is the top 2 who are about to do battle next as Portela meets Stone. Both players winning both of their opening matches. Stone beating Lauby and Lipscombe, and Portela beating the other 2 players in the group in Graham Usher and Arjan Konterman, both of them coming through 4-3 in the games you can see there. But it will be one of them that is beaten for the first time, and the other one will be in a very, very strong position, even so early in the group. Remember, shortened groups compared to Group A, 2 days play. So winning your first 3 matches really does put you in a very, very promising position. The winner of this match then will be on top and on course for qualification for finals night to join the Group A winner, Jan van Veen. Which way will it go? Let's find out in the company of Henry and Matthew.
I was just having a little scout round the odds before this one started, and we've actually had a little bit of a nibble in this game. It actually comes in the form of Diogo Portela. Little nibble in the market, which means people out there watching this think Diogo Portela is likely to cause a bit of an upset in this one. He has won both of his opening matches. His last one wasn't with as much style as his first game, the 4-1 victory over Graham Usher. That 4-3 victory over Konterman, he didn't break an 80 average in that game, but he did get over the line. We say that's the most important thing. Gary Stone, since the mid part of Tuesday, has been doing it with the most style. The 180s, the big finishes, the bigger averages. Gary Stone was a man who caught the eye.
To throw first.
And he's catching the eye again
Game
today.
on.
He's sort of coming up to a 92 running average across both of his games. And for me, I'm not sure I agree with that nibble.
100.
It's a sort of game I wouldn't touch personally. Gary Stone, as you say, was a heavy favourite going into this one, 1-2 before the off, and you could understand why. 93 in his 4-2 win against Danny Lauby and 90 in his 4-3 success against Adam Lipscombe. Had to survive match darts in that one. Portela has got 2 victories. Impressed against Usher, 93.62. But that game against Konterman, a 79 average. It was one of those attritional battles, but that's what makes the Portela odds quite interesting, because we've seen one good performance, one performance that went below, so we don't quite know what his mean is yet, whereas perhaps we can understand that a little bit more with Gary Stone so far.
40.
Now, we know there's a lot of Diogo Portela fans out there. He's a very bubbly character. He likes a silly joke on Twitter. So he's actually built himself a bit of a fan base.
40.
You might be wondering, what does Diogo need to do in order to move to the next level? And one of the advantages we've got here is we've got all the data and all the numbers in relation to being able to look through that. And for me, there's a glaring glitch in the Diogo Portela game. That comes in the front 9 average. His front 9 average is a 90.84. If we compare that to the world's top 32 over the last 12 months, number 32 is 101.55. So he's losing 12 points when he plays against those sort of top 32 players on the front 9 per visit. Now, if we relate this also over to the PDC Pro Tour, which is where Diogo wants to go, there has been 176 players this year play on the PDC Pro Tour. And looking at that front 9 average, Diogo
required
would be
40.
number 162 out of 76. So out of all the players
30.
that have played on the Pro Tour this year, he has only got a front nine average better than 14 of those players. And that is why we see these gaps in like this leg that you can see now. And that is why sometimes he's forced
45.
into shots
Gary
like he
required
did in
10.
the first game when he took out those two
Game shot on the first
118
leg.
finishes.
Gary Stone.
And when he comes up against a player like Gary Stone, who's got that Pro Tour pedigree,
Second
who
against
is
Diogo
playing
to throw first.
to that sort of
Game on.
standard, you expect that he's going to be outscored and he's going to need some clutch finishing to stay in touch, which eventually, when you keep going to that well, it's got to come dry at some point.
96. 55.
I mean, even saying add 5 points to that average, if he was to add 5 points to that average, he'd still be rank 130 on the front nine. So he would still only be beating 46 players by putting 5 onto
60.
there. We look at that front nine average, and we say sort of like the 100 mark on the front nine. That only just gets you just inside the top 64.
180.
So a little bit to find there for Diogo, and I believe it all comes in that power scoring phase of the front nine.
Because already we've seen in this
47.
leg, Gary Stone wrestle the darts away from Portela's grasp.
60.
Portela leads on 206. Portela could do with a two-treble visit here.
But again, case in point in this leg, 12 darts thrown and he's 2-3-8 points away from winning the leg still. The starting of the leg, the opening of the
41.
leg where he's allowing opportunity. Gary Stone didn't stay straight there with that last dart, slipped into the one. It was a deflection, so you can't blame too much on Gary, but maybe there's an argument there to have had the switch because he had one high, one low, which just again changes the path of the dart to
93.
try and get into the treble because you can't get that natural arc.
$59.
Learnt his lesson there, going
You're going to
down
require
to the bottom end of the board.
145.
Mini argument to have gone on the ball. That would have potentially left him a 2-darter with a 25. But he's got a little bit of a cushion
65.
in the fact
Gary
that he
Buck,
doesn't have to
106.
win this leg. This is the Diogo throw, so this is just a bonus. Could be a big bonus.
Game shot on the second leg.
Wraps it up
Gary
with another
Stone.
100+ finish, and Gary Stone just playing like a man who
So let's
expects
Gary to throw first.
a man who
Game
expects
on.
to win the group, a man I put down as qualifying through the group. And if there's one thing we know about Edgar's predictions, they're more like spoilers.
140.
Is this game at this present moment in time dependent on what gear Gary Stone finds?
At the moment, I don't think it matters too much what gear he finds because Diogo is not putting up much resistance. He's only had one score
46.
over 100. That is in the 140 column. And the stats do not make pretty reading at the moment for Diogo.
140.
Gary Stone is racing towards that finishing line. He's got the points on the board. One thing he hasn't got is a big win yet. A big win will help out the legs column. The legs column quite often comes into play in
57.
these groups as we get more evidence to the lack of the scoring power at the front of these legs from Diogo.
55. $100.
So Stone here 166 for a 3-0 lead.
58.
And sometimes when you have the sort of cushion that Gary's been afforded in this leg, can it be easy just to naturally not switch off, but concentration just
94,
go
Gary,
as a consequence of the fact that there's not much being fired back at you?
Oh, absolutely. It almost becomes easy, and then you almost panic if Diogo goes and puts a 140, 180 in this shot. It's like all of a sudden
51.
you feel like you've got something to lose rather than something to gain.
$100. Gary required 57.
We're not seeing too many problems with Gary when it comes to closing
Game
out
on the
legs.
third leg. Gary
He's not going to
Stone.
start that now. It's a 3-0 lead for Gary Stone, and he is racing to really put something good here on
against
the
Diogo to
league
throw
table when
first.
it looks at that leg column.
Game on.
Diogo has won both of his games as well today. A 4-3 victory over Konterman, a 4-1 over Graham Usher. So not only would a big win here help
96.
Gary Stone, it would also wipe out whatever Diogo has managed to amass so far in that legs column.
35.
Right, coming up after this, Adam Lipscombe against Graham Usher, and I just wonder whether there's some value in the
100.
odds here, because they've got Adam Lipscombe at 11-8 to get the better of Usher.
100.
I think they're quite long odds.
Well, if you think they're long odds, you got up bright and early this morning before a dart was thrown, and you had a little bit of insight to Adam Lipscombe and knew potentially that this is something he could have produced. This morning, you could have got 2-1 on Adam Lipscombe. Graham Usher was priced up at 4-11, which means there has been more than a nibble. That is a market move in the next match.
93.
Sound like that guy in the horse racing.
Now,
59.
we had a nibble in this game
requires
on
72.
Diogo. I didn't see why that was. I think Gary Stone is looking strong in this group. But you can sort of make an argument for why it's came in that next one.
32. Gary required
This
170.
is a match shot for Gary Stone. The 170 would be some way to wrap it up. Will not get a dart at the ball. So Diogo will return.
98.
His first leg on the board.
Diogo, you require 40. No score.
Didn't scare it, did he?
Gary
Nowhere
requires
near.
72.
Gary Stone,
21 scored.
51 left.
51 left.
Gone for 11 for tops. He's hit the 8. He cannot wrap it up now, so Diogo will return. Gary's just doing a little bit of maths, trying to work out where this last start needs to go in order to leave himself the tops, and that's not where it needs to go. Just leave him a finish.
Required 40.
Not the one he was hoping to leave. Will it matter?
Game show on the fourth
Yes,
leg.
is your emphatic
Diogo
answer.
Portela.
Diogo Portela gets his first leg of this match, but it is Gary Stone who has the darts here to seal a 4-1 victory.
It's Gary to throw first.
Which should put him on to 6 points. Put him top of the pile
134.
and make him the man to beat. So let's go against Usher coming up next. Then Portela will return against Danny Lauby
140.
in our 11th match of the day. That's when we're going to reveal the answers to our tungsten teaser, which is this.
99.
Larry Butler won the first ever world match play in 1994 as an American qualifier. Can you name the other 9 Americans who played in that event. At MSS Darts, Facebook, Twitter,
121.
and Instagram. Some good fun in the production gallery earlier, discussing those names, and there's some interesting names in there as well.
134.
Some blasts from the past.
$140. Gary, 134.
Good leg this from Diogo. We said the bit he needs to get going is that front 9. After 9 darts here, he's left himself 100 when he was staring down the barrel of a 4-0 defeat. Now got an
Diogo,
opportunity.
you require 100.
Put himself just 1 away from levelling things up. Already had a couple of big finishes today. 118, a couple of different ways. That one won't
45.
go. So Gary Stone
require 40.
to confirm his position at the top of the table.
Game shot on the match.
And confirm it he
Gary
will
Stone.
with a 3rd straight victory. Gary Stone gets the better of Diogo Portela by 4-1. Puts him on to 6 points. Puts him to the summit of the group. And yet another ton plus checkout in there as well for Gary Stone. So it's victory for him. We're going to take a short break, and then we're going to see Adam Lipscombe in action when he takes on Graham Usher.
Super Series. $180.
December at the MODUS Super Series. Get yourself down here on a Saturday night for a pre-Christmas party. And best thing, it's absolutely free. Tickets available via dartshop.tv for the Darty party in Pompey. And here at the Super Series this week, it's a Scotsman's surge that continues. Gary Stone winning 4-1 against Diogo Portela before that break there to make it an incredible run now of 11 wins from his last 13 matches. 50% on the doubles again from Stone. He really has upped his game in that department over the course of the day. A nice 106 checkout in there as well. A 180 par for the course for Gary, and he got the better of the nearest rival in the Group C table. The pair of them had both won their opening fixtures, but it is Stone who remains unbeaten after 3. Portela and Usher a couple of points behind him. Konterman and Lipscombe both have 1 win to their name, but Danny Lauby yet to get off the mark so far today. And the next match is a meeting between 2 players who have got better as the day has gone on. Adam Lipscombe and Graham Usher. Lipscombe beating Danny Lauby 4-0 in fact after losing his first couple of matches today. Usher was beaten in his first game but won his next 2, beating both Lauby and here Arjan Konterman. So is the Gamblers' winning streak going to continue, or can Lipscombe upset Usher? Let's find out with Matthew and Henry.
Thank you very much, Chris. So 2 players who have had 2-1 day. To Usher, 2-1 victories. Lipscombe, 2-1 defeats. But how impressive was he in his previous match against Danny Lauby? A 4-0 victor. Now, at the start of the day, a 4-0 victory for Adam Lipscombe against Danny Lauby was 25-1.
Okay, first leg is Adam to throw first.
Now, unless
Game
someone
on.
shows me their slip, I'm not going to believe that anybody took that bet. But Chris Murphy said at the start of this, can Lipscombe
38.
upset Graham Usher in this? It certainly won't be too much of an upset in terms of the odds, because there has been a market move on Adam Lipscombe to win
123.
this game. Now, we all know my opinion on the players that are going through this group. It's Graham Usher and Gary Stone. If Graham Usher was to win this, he would
140.
move into one of those 2 positions. And then Chris Murphy, I'm coming for you at the end of this
100.
one to let you know that my 2 would be top of the table, but Adam's certainly going to have his say, isn't he? I was really impressed with him in that performance against Danny
140.
Lauby. Not just the fact he beat him 4-0, but the fact he restricted Danny Lauby to just 1 dart at the double. Danny Lauby is a serious operator with some good
100.
pedigree. To only hit 1 dart at the double in the entire game shows how well Adam Lipscombe played in that victory.
95.
And has come out the traps firing in this one.
100.
And Usher's
And you've
kept
got
pace
88.
with him. This has been a really good start. 88 for the opening leg and
Game shot
14
the
on
first leg.
double 14.
Adam Lipscombe.
This is mightily, mightily impressive from Adam Lipscombe. And a nice little show of respect there from
Second
Graham
leg, it's
Usher in
Graham to throw
response.
first.
And I don't want to talk too early about players.
100.
Like Richie Parkin last week, we're unearthing some new gems here at the Super Series. Is Adam
60.
Lipscombe going to be another one of those players that we find and turns into a class operator? Look what's happened to the likes of
48.
Ryan Finesse and Scott Walters in the past.
60.
Well, the Super Series is a breeding ground of talent, isn't it? We've seen people use it to really excel and develop the game. Ones that really come to mind for me are players such as Connor
140.
Heenan this year, who at the start of the year not many people would have known, but from what he's produced here has really shot him
180.
into where you'd say a contender to look at one of those tour card spots come Q School.
140.
There was an opportunity there for Graham to switch down to the 19s, like Adam just has there to lead the double.
173.
Trying to pursue on the 180. 1 dart is all he's going to get.
33. Adam required 24.
I don't think this is welcome to the
Game
party,
shot the
Adam. I
second
think this
leg.
is Adam's
Adam
party.
Lipscombe.
That's now 7 perfect darts. 180, 177, the double 12.
Third
leading
against Adam to
2-0,
throw first.
and he's averaging 111.33. Graham Usher is averaging 98 in this
60.
match and has had one dart a double.
96.
It's like a magnet, isn't it?
140.
He just cannot miss it.
140. 45.
I'm just sat here with my
133.
jaw dropped. I think there was an expression that I used to do. When I used to play football, anytime I used to score a goal, I used to run off and shout,
60.
"Who is this fella?"
Graham, you've got
You always
132.
get that sort of vibe when he's just powering in these big scores after
100.
big score. Graham Usher didn't need to go for the bullseye there, chose to go for the 18 instead to set him up on the 32. Just wants to get that opening chalk on the board.
Graham, you require
This
32.
is for a breaker throw.
Game
That
shot on
is
the third
14
leg.
darts.
Graham
Breaker
Usher.
throw. This is a quality match.
Fourth leg, it's
14,
Graham to throw
13,
first.
14.
Game
These
on.
legs have been won in. We've played 4.5 minutes for 3 legs.
100.
Now we go back to our dart player checklist. One of the things Adam's probably going to be used to is when he plays well, he wins.
100.
He's not going to be used to being hit back as hard as he's going to get hit back in this event. And I always go to that
100.
Rocky Balboa quote when he says it's not how hard you can hit, it's how hard you can get hit. We're going to see Adam here throwing some
60.
haymakers, but also taking a few on the chin. How is he going to respond?
140.
And let's not beat around it. This is the best we have seen from Graham Usher so far this
100.
week. And he's
161.
had to produce it.
Well, at the minute, this is the best darts we've seen from anyone this
80.
week. An average of 103.5. Just it's down to 102 now. Best we've seen is a ton on the nose by David Cameron on
100.
Tuesday.
Graham, you require 81.
Double 12. That's
Game
officially
shot
the
on the
worst leg
fourth
of this
leg.
match. 15
Graham
darts.
Usher.
And if you're not familiar with what the darts mean in relation to
Fifth leg,
15
it's Adam
darts
to
is
throw
5
first.
visits. 5
Game
visits
on.
is 100 average if you're more used to that way of looking at it. The worst leg of the match is 100 average.
140.
And it doesn't appear to be slowing down.
125.
This is an absolute pleasure to watch. I hope you're enjoying this wherever you're tuning in from around the world.
45.
This is quality.
80.
The pleasure to commentate on. I'm sure Owen Binks is finding this a pleasure to ref, and I hope you're enjoying this, as I say, wherever you are in the world. We've got viewers coming in from North America, all around the world.
121.
One or two from Brazil will be tuning in to watch Diogo. And if you are, do tweet us at
45.
MSS Darts. Do get in touch with us on our social media feeds. And if you are tuning in via the Super Series YouTube channel, do give us a subscribe, because
60.
on top of the live coverage, we'll be bringing you bonus behind-the-scenes content, highlights, and game of the day. And you highly expect this could well be the game of the day.
81. Adam, you're 135.
This is not game of the day. Someone is going to go some at the back end of this one, because so far this is head and shoulders the standout of the day. Especially if
75.
Graham Usher
Graham, you're
could add a
170.
170 to the mix.
140. Adam, you've
Leaves
required
him on a
60.
single dart for the finish. Is this? Oh, this is the big mistake. This is the big opportunity. He wants 60. He should have expected 2 darts
52.
at the leg. He
Graham,
doesn't
you've
even get
required
1
30.
from 60.
Game shot on
Graham
the fifth
Usher
leg.
jumps in.
Graham
And
Usher.
that there is the difference between winning at a local level and playing at an international level like the Super
Sibling,
Series
it's
is.
Graham to throw first. Game on.
Now tell us what it's like for the mere mortals among us, Matt.
96.
What this feels like when you play in a game like this. Just describe what they're going through, the feelings, the emotions, the thrills, the spills, the
100.
highs and lows. How would you describe it?
Honestly, the answer isn't as interesting as you think.
140.
Nothing. When you play someone who's playing so well, you can just go blank. You don't worry about the game. You don't think about the game. You expect. I know he's going to hit a 140. I know it's going to be a good shot. I don't care. And if anything, it makes it easier because all you're hearing is big calls from the referee, big shouts, big calls. And actually, it makes it a lot easier than maybe listening
50.
or looking or seeing what's going on. These games are easier to play in than the games that are a little bit in and out.
Graham Usher's making it look easy. He's left double 14 for the match to win it in 13. To round off a fantastic game,
28.
a remarkable performance. Double 7.
Game shot on the mat.
It's not in, so we'll go again. It's one of those things that happens. Graham Usher sees the funny side of it. It does happen every now and then. It does happen every now and then. So, one more at double 7.
14. Adam, you record 111.
Well, Usher thought it was all over.
Doesn't happen when Charlie's reffing, though, does it?
Now, Owen Binks is one of the world's top officials. Mistakes happen with everyone.
Game
It happens.
the
It absolutely
flag.
happens.
Adam Lipscombe.
It was because Graham turned around and walked away from the board at that point. Graham was taking a step back, so it's easy just to think that the dart has gone in. That one has gone in, though, after all of that. Adam Lipscombe takes out 111. He's 3 from 3 on the outer ring.
But what I'll give Adam credit for here, right, is in that scenario, it could have been easy for both players' heads to have been mashed in a shed and for it to have turned into a bit of a leg where all sorts could have happened. But he took out that 111 with a bit of conviction. And
59.
when scenarios happen, it can be quite easy to get lost down a trap.
There is the difference again between the levels. He used the 19 with that last start. That puts him onto the 3-4-2. The 180 from here would still leave him 6 starts away from being able to set up a finish. If he'd used the 17s, the 3-4-4 could have given him the 6-start potential out. That is the difference between the levels. Thinking from that early on.
28. Graham, you've recorded 167.
We have seen Adam go all the way in one of his games. That was against Gary Stone, and he lost that encounter. The 12 darts in this one, he is only halfway through the leg. Needs a couple. You now fear the worst.
44. Graham, you require 85.
You are supporting Adam Lipscombe.
Tops for Usher.
Game shot on the match.
And it is game shot to Graham Usher. He gets the better of Adam Lipscombe by 4 legs to 3. What a quality encounter it was. Graham Usher's average just below the ton in the end. But that was the game of the day, perhaps the game of the week so far. Matthew Eckers made his way up to the balcony to chat to Chris Murphy all about it. We'll talk to him after the break when we'll see Diogo Portela and Danny Lauby enter the stage.
Welcome back. So Graham Usher, so good in that last match. He won it twice. A little bit of a bizarre moment there in the previous one. Those things happen, but Graham Usher, credit to him, he held it together, and it was an excellent performance because Adam Lipscombe threw everything at him in that game.
He did, 3 from 3 on the outer ring, the 111 finish to pull it back to 3-all at the end there, and then Graham Usher just powered through that last leg. Adam couldn't really find anything in that one, and Graham Usher just shown his class and got over the line. Another 2 points, and like we said at the very start, we expect to see more from Graham Usher, and he's giving us an awful lot more today.
Yeah, good stuff from him. Don't really want to say it, but as you predicted he would. Let's have a look at the league table, and I'm not even going to comment. I'll just let you talk us through this.
Well, at the start of the day, we go on YouTube, don't we, and we do a little preview show. I think the best thing we can do in that is put a warning on there now that spoilers will be given, because it seems that everything we predict is coming true. Gary Stone, Graham Usher currently the top 2 at the table at the moment, and I think that might be how it sort of ends up as well. The one that's surprising me is Danny Lauby, currently at the bottom, no points, -8. I think we expect a little bit more from him today.
Yeah, one of the possible reasons for Lauby not picking up any points is because he keeps having to pick up his dart. So have a look at this little sort of montage now of the bounce outs that he's had today. What do you put this down to?
Well, he's losing a lot of points here, isn't he, in terms of the bounce outs. Now, some of them literally aren't just penetrating the board. The angle of the dart in which it enters the board is quite upright, and he's got quite a bit of lift in his throw as well, with a very, very soft grip. Now, if he doesn't get this right, what we're going to get is a little bit of wiggle in the air, and if he gets that bit of wiggle in the air, he's going to struggle with the penetration of the dart. If he catches that flight and loses a little bit more force, he's going to be picking them up some more.
Yeah, Portela, of course, lost his previous match, having won his first 2. Well, you're the king of predictions. Give us one for this one.
I'll let you know when I get round to comms.
He's going to tell us in comms. That's because not just can the players maybe hear us on stage, but their representation is not far away from our presenting position as well. So he daren't say he's chickened out there. But I'll tell them what you say when you're in comms. Don't worry about that. Portela looking to pick himself up then. Lauby looking to get going over to Henry Deacon. And the chicken that is Matthew Edgar.
I might not let him back in. That's poor from Matt. Now the colours to the masked man. Diogo Portela against Danny Lauby. It's our 11th game of the day here at the Super Series. Game 11 of 25. Remember, 10 matches this evening on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 o'clock for Group B. And if you haven't seen that lineup yet, it is a spectacular one. We're going to see some fantastic arrows in that particular group coming up later on tonight. We are going to see James Richardson, David Cameron, Andy Jenkins, Josh Payne and Paul Hogan all duke it out for top honours. Well, you're in the safety blanket of the commentary box now, Matt. And I'm going to ask you the same question Chris asked. Who wins?
I think at some point we've got to start seeing the best of Danny Lauby. And I think we probably see it in glimpses here, and I think he's going to win a scrappy one, to be honest.
40.
Oh, there's another bounce out. This time it goes the way of Diogo. I just think that both players are going to be aware of the situation here. Danny Lauby, it's now win or forget it. Diogo, if he wants to keep himself in the running and not lose a bit of pace, is going to need to win this. But we're seeing more evidence of the lack of power scoring on that front 9. I'm going to go with Lauby.
57.
Took us much longer than we needed to, but we got there in the end.
100.
All good things come in time.
Is Danny one of those enigmatic players who, for perhaps it would take
60.
one moment just to light up the blue touch paper?
100.
No, I don't see him like I do see someone such as a Graham Usher, that once they get going, they get going. I do see him a little bit more in and out, where we'll see patches of him play for a period of time. We'll see a good run of 2 legs, 3 legs, and then him sort of come back out of that again. Now, these two are good friends. They do spend a lot of time together
when travelling around. I've
91.
joined these two many times on a practice board for a few practice games. With that, it goes one of two ways, doesn't it? We either get the relaxation and
95.
the bragging rights where both players just play their best, or
And you require
we get a little
120.
bit too much respect.
Tops for Shanghai
Games
to
on the
start.
first leg.
For
Danny
Danny
Lauby.
Lauby to lead 1-0 with a breaker throw.
Second against Danny to throw first.
Actually, just looking back at that last game, that went 7 legs and only lasted 12 minutes.
99.
That was how fast, furious and good it was.
Yeah, very impressive game, that one. And to be honest, when the day started and we looked at Adam Lipscombe, I thought he's going to be in for a rough day. He lost
100.
4-0 to Konterman. I thought it's only going to get harder. You've got players like Graham Usher, Gary Stone, Danny Lauby waiting for you in the wings.
78.
You are going to be in for a rough ride. And he actually had match darts to beat Gary Stone. He went all the way in that last game, and his averages now are up at the 90 mark.
100.
Be interesting to see how it all pans out for him, but he certainly suggested that he can
58.
mix it up in this field.
We said after that defeat to Lipscombe for Lauby that he probably has to win both of these remaining games today to stand a
60.
chance of qualification tomorrow and then have a second push on Friday. Is that a point that for you perhaps still stands?
59.
I'd say at the bare minimum, I think if he's going to have any hope, he's going to have to get some big wins in there. He's lost a game 4-0 to Adam Lipscombe. If you want to be getting through this, if you lose a 4-0, you've almost got to counteract that with 2 yourself, because you
60.
need to have 1 to get them legs back, and then you need 1 to get your legs in the plus. I think, to be honest, he's got way too much to do.
60. $59. Danny Rook 147. 57. Diogo, you require 122.
On 2-2 to level us up and get the break back.
Started on the bullseye there. Traditionally, we'll see people start on the 18 to try and finish on the
82.
bull.
Danny
He's
Rook
trying to
190.
start on the bull so he gets to finish on the outer ring, which is obviously a bigger target.
65.
The bull, something
Diogo,
Danny
you
Lauby
require
won't be
40.
scared of. Coming from America, they play a lot of cricket over there, which incorporates the bull quite a lot into the game. Diogo starting us off with a bit of loopy.
Games on the second leg.
1 up, 1 in is what
Diogo
they say down
Portela.
the local, and that's what Diogo's done there.
I'm sure Danny Lauby's cricket score won't be as big as
So
what
against
England
Diogo
posted
to
today.
throw first.
463 for 4 or something along them lines. That visit will leave Lauby stumped.
180.
How's that for Portela?
57.
Matt Edgar is completely lost. This is really good for Portela. He's turned the screw, turned the switch.
100. $140.
And I think an indication to how soft the darts are penetrating the board for Danny Lauby would be those darts. As it hit, you could see the darts that was in the board
140.
moving as the next dart approached and hit in. That's why he gets things like where he had it in and the darts were just falling out of the treble.
100. Diogo, you require 81.
It wouldn't surprise me to see Danny Lauby at some stage do what can only be described as a Gary Anderson.
41.
Gary Anderson, for those of you who don't know, he did it in the World Championship final against Phil Taylor. He had 2 darts in the treble 20, threw the next dart, hit those darts and knocked them
60.
all out and
Diogo, you
scored
require
0.
40.
He did have something similar, didn't he, in his first game, which we may talk about in the next leg as Portela goes for tops. It'd be for 14 darts. If we can get it this time of asking, double 10 will do for 15.
20.
So Lauby will get a chance
Danny
on the
require 144.
1-4-4 for what would be the third consecutive break of throw at the start of this match. Still on, another one of them. Leaves himself on double 12.
132.
Good
Diogo, you
effort.
require 20.
Was given the opportunity due to the missed darts of Diogo. Nearly picked his pocket with a 1-4-4. Getting further away.
No score. Danny required 12.
Well, we said he could pick his pocket. He still can pick his pocket.
Game shown the third leg.
2
Danny
sixes,
Lauby.
2 legs, and that is a re-break of the throw.
Fourth leg, it's Danny to throw first.
Doesn't look happy, does he?
100.
Doesn't look settled up there. You can see even after winning the leg, he just feels a bit flat.
Like he's just looking to
57.
find something to get him going, isn't there? And it just looks like with Portela, the last leg or so, it looks like he's throwing the darts a bit more firmly, a
100.
bit more truer. Case in point, the release just looks so much better.
140.
Whereas at times it was a bit... It was a bit laboured at times earlier on today, whereas now it just looks like he's
41.
flowing a bit more. A bit more natural to him.
$98. 94.
Interesting switch there for Danny. Obviously felt he needed to switch, found a treble, but that treble actually moves him to a non-finish 166, something you cannot take out. So it was obviously the second dart that he thought was the problem, the
140.
one that sort of sat just underneath the wire.
100. Yeah, no, you
66
require
apiece.
66.
Know what they say down the local? Point for the marker. So we await our treats in the commentary box.
26. Danny requires 66.
So Portela can take advantage of his chance. Can Lauby do so with his? One dart at tops.
26.
Doesn't go, and so
Diogo,
Portela
you require
returns
40.
to level this game back up at 2 apiece. And I don't know whether you saw Danny Lauby in the background there, but before that final dart was thrown, there was a look of, yeah, this is going in, isn't it? Sometimes as players, you just know, don't you, when the opponent's going to nail something.
Game on.
Yeah, and it's normally with a last dart in hand as well, because that just hurts so much more.
$140.
He's watching like a hawk at the back of the stage. He's watching Diogo. He looks to the board. He watches the throw again. He's so aware of everything that is going on that stage at the moment. which is a total opposite of what we were saying in the last game with Graham Usher and Adam Lipscombe. And you said, what is it like and the emotions when you're going through these sort of games? And I said, it's not as entertaining as you think. There's nothing going on.
43.
Just goes a blank. That is something we can't say about Danny right now. He is literally aware of every little thing that is going on.
100.
Is that a good thing, or can you be too aware of what's happening around you?
Oh, it's never a good thing. It's never a good thing. Because when you're aware of everything, you'll try and work everything out. And we don't know the answers for why certain things are the way they are.
43.
The last thing you want to try and do is work those out whilst you're trying to apply a level of performance.
95.
That being said, he does have 10-point buffer in the averages. That comes down to the missed doubles from Diogo. 11 missed darts on the outer ring so far.
65.
I think still I'll stand by my original prediction of statement of Daniel Lauby wins a bit of a scrappy one.
58.
Just having a look over to the in running. And that can't decide them either.
Game like this, you just cannot make up.
82.
Not even sure the players know half the twists and turns that are happening. Well, this is a twist and a turn.
140. Diogo,
Because suddenly now, this 128 for Diogo Portela is going to have to go.
I was just about to say that this is the sort of game that'll be decided over
63.
12 darts.
And he required 48.
And by those 12 darts, I mean something like the 140, followed by this finish,
Game
the
shot on
48,
fifth leg.
and then
Danny
the first
Lauby.
6 darts of the next leg. That will be a 12-dart little window that could potentially decide this one.
Sixth leg is Danny to throw first. Game on.
We've seen the first 6.
140.
If he can follow that up with 100 or a 140, that would be the 12-dart window that could decide a game such as this sort of standard. And now he's nodding in the background, nodding as if to say,
60.
there you are. Nodding as if to say, where have you been all day?
89.
Said 100 plus, we'll take the 89. That's good enough with Diogo having a treble-less visit. So there's the 12-dart window, which would potentially decide this match.
97.
Good thinking on the counting from Diogo to use the 17 and not the 19s.
125.
And if Portela was to go on and get beaten here, it makes his final game of the day against Adam Lipscombe oh so crucial, because he won his first 2, be on the back of 2 consecutive defeats here.
100. Danny required
Sadly, we'll be
147.
asking where his Friday would lie. Lauby 147. He's got 6 at it for the match to claim his first
59.
victory of the day. We didn't expect to be saying that sentence at the beginning of match 4. So this 88 to get the job done.
140.
Good
Danny
darts
require
from
88.
Diogo there. He opened with a 60 and then found some good stuff to pull himself down to 104.
63.
This
Diogo
is an
require
opportunity. If he can take
104.
this, he will also take the throw and be throwing first in the deciding leg. Chooses to go the 16 route to start with. 14s.
76.
Is that the opportunity
Danny
Danny
required
Lauby needs to
25.
get some points on the board?
Double 12 for Danny
Game shot on
Lauby
the
to get
match.
his first
Danny
victory
Lauby.
of Group C. He gets the better of Diogo Portela by 4 legs to 2. It was scrappy at times, but it was the American who got over the line, getting the better of the Brazilian in a Northeast-South American battle here at the Super Series 4-2. When we return, it's going to be an all-European tie. It's going to be Holland against Scotland. It's Konterman against Stone.
So finally lift off for Lauby before the break there, but has Danny turned up too late? The American ace getting the better of the Brazilian Diogo Portela. 4-2 to Danny Lauby in that one. Started the match with that Shanghai finish, 120, and hit 4 out of his 9 double attempts. Much better in that department than Diogo, who has now lost his last couple of matches, having won his first 2 games today. So he may be in a bit of a precarious position going into the last match of his today. And as you see there, 3rd place, still 2 points off the pace, but Gary Stone can pull further clear. A defeat for Diogo in the last match would see him fall down the table, but Lauby finally off the mark, level with Lipscombe and Arjan Konterman. But Konterman does have a game in hand, though it is against Gary Stone. Coming up next, that one, and the pair have played already 3 times this week. Konterman won their first meeting, but Stone has won the last 2, starting with this one on Tuesday, before also getting the win on Wednesday, a much more convincing one as well. And he has got more and more convincing as the week has gone on. Now, it's now 11 out of 13 wins for Gary Stone, who is proving to be rock solid. Can Konterman crack him? Let's see with Henry and Matt.
Thank you very much, Murph. Gary Stone has been solid all day long. Carrying on kind of where he left off yesterday. Was so close to qualifying for Group B, which had been the evening session. Missed starts to be there, but here in Group C he's proving more than a thorn in the side of the rest of the opposition. With outright leader of a win. And I suppose there would have been a question mark. You know, Gary was so close to qualifying for Group B.
Hey, first leg, it's
How would he
Arjan
responded to that sit back?
On.
Well, so far, he's given us a real emphatic answer to it.
I don't think Gary would have saw it as a setback, to be honest with you. After
spent a bit of time with Gary. I think
59.
Gary's just one of those people that just get on with whatever they're given. They're not too fussed about the percentages and the chances and everything that comes with it, all the things
100.
we normally talk about. I don't think Gary ever brings that into his calculations. I think the only thing Gary cares about is the 3 darts that are in his hand and delivering them the best he
97.
possibly can. And currently top of the table. and
97.
heavily expected to be there come the end of play tomorrow afternoon. Do you want me to spoil this result as well, or would you like to watch this
95.
game?
Might as well.
I think Gary Stone wins this one.
And so do the odds compilers.
60.
Speaking of the odds compilers, we can see that there has been a major market move. We had a nibble earlier. We had a
134.
market move. We've now got a major market move. That comes in your next game, Diogo Portela versus Adam Lipscombe. We talk about Adam
60.
earning some
Gary,
respect today. He's certainly earned it
116.
with the bookies and the people that are playing along at home, because he has been heavily backed to beat Diogo Portela. He was 7-4 this morning. He is now your odds-on favourite. Diogo was 2-5 favourite to win that. Adam now favourite to do the turnaround on the odds. That is an incredible market move. That is a move that we
59.
very rarely see.
And we
at the
require
Super Series.
72.
To show the level of respect that he's harboured already.
Game shown the
That's a
first leg.
respectable first leg for
Arjan
Arjan Konterman, who leads Gary Stone by a leg to nil. And is it fair to
So
say we're
Gary to
struggling
throw
to know what to
first.
expect from Arjan today?
I think we could say that about his entire week.
100.
He is one of the hardest players to predict.
$95.
Although
60.
we haven't seen that real top-end performance from him today. We did see him win his opening game 4-0 with an 88 average. Followed that up with 2 defeats with an 80 and an 81.
77.
Realistically, that average puts him into that boundary of what we expected
57.
pre-tournament. When we crunch all the data and you get that sort of predicted average, I predicted that Konterman will end the week on around about an 83 to an 85.
99.
That is where he's pitching himself today.
$177.
Excellent stuff that by Stone. Brings himself on a 107 after 12. First to a finish in this leg.
82. Gary Rick 107. Game
Well,
shown
what
the
a return
second
for
leg.
the last 6 darts.
Gary Stone.
177, followed by a 107 out to get the leg 1 in 15 to level up at 1 apiece.
So look, it's Arjan to throw first.
That might be the moment that gets Gary Stone going in this game. 87 average.
100.
Oh, this is good. Really good.
180.
So 177, 107 out, and now a maximum to begin leg 3.
Could we say that was 9 perfect darts for Gary Stone?
82.
Could we see the perfect 9? No, not this time.
99.
That was on Henry's prediction list today, wasn't it? The perfect 9.
In this group. Oh, it could be tomorrow. It could count if it happens tomorrow. In this group, I think there'll be a 9.
98.
Although we should say that my record with predictions aren't exactly great.
$139. Gary Rick 124.
1, 2, 4 for Stone. Treble 18 would have left him a go at the bullseye, and despite the barrage that's gone against him, Arjan Konterman, back-to-back visits of 140 and 139, has left himself in a position where he's left tops after 12 to keep hold of the throw, pins it in the middle of the bed. 13 darter to lead 2-1. Quality contest, 94.5, 96.1. And you know what? It all stemmed from that first 177 for Gary Stone. It was almost as if it just lit a fuse in both players.
134.
Go back a couple of games ago when we said the Graham Usher, Adam Lipscombe, when your opponent starts playing, you just
96.
It just carries things along at that pace. Like I say, all the calls are big calls. You just get in this swing of things.
87.
You tend to find that you can follow good darts a lot easier than jumping over bad ones.
100. 60. 52. 60.
So Stone first to finish on 160 here for 2-2. Be for all four legs going with the darts in this game.
26. Gary require 160.
He's going to get that luxury of time.
26 is one of those shots, actually, isn't it? Where it often gets a lot of different slang
60.
terms and names. Do you have a name for the 26?
Bed and breakfast.
30. Gary require 100.
Well, that was the only conceivable dart where from that point he
40.
couldn't have left himself on a 2-darter to finish the leg off. He's going to return with Konterman on 197. He's just struggled the last couple of visits.
140. Gary requires 60.
Double top, double 10, double double.
50. Aaron, you require 57.
For me, Gary is just flagging a little bit here. This might be
Game
the
shot
issue with going out and playing an extra night of darts amongst a 6-day festival of darts.
Fifth leg, it's Arjan to throw first.
And that was a breaker throw there from
Game
Arjan,
on.
which could actually give Gary Stone his first defeat of the day, his first defeat of the group.
97.
And the context of a Konterman victory here would see Gary Stone
140.
stay rooted on 6 points, depending on the level of... Right, he's going to stay top temporarily. Usher cannot go above 1 legs difference for courtesy of this game. Usher is in action a couple of games' time against Stone. That's both of the players' last game of the day. Portela could then move himself onto 6 points if he gets victory against Lipscombe, who himself can move himself onto 4 points. And Arjan Konterman will move on to 4 if he can claim victory here. So if the Dutchman does
60.
become the victor in this, it really could open this group up.
85.
And it is like that little purple patch Gary Stone had woke Arjan Konterman into life, but Stone couldn't keep that level that he initially
96.
brought to the table to the 4 consistently.
105. Aaron, you require 148.
Gary Stone will get a chance to extend this game.
100.
Which one of the breaks and throws is going to need, but that was a big last start from Konterman. Bull.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
What a finish that was for Gary
Stone.
Stone. You can see his reaction and what it means to him and how important he knows that is to the game. He did not want to let
Sick leg,
Konterman
it's
come
Gary
back
to
at
throw
that
first.
48.
Game
Konterman
on.
has had 4 darts at the double so far in this game and converted 3. By that logic, 48, 2 darts at the double, Gary Stone would probably have won and lost the game.
140. 45. 58. 59.
Close did Konterman think the finishing line was there. Sometimes when you can see the finishing line and you think you're so close to it, and then all of a sudden your opponent does something like that 130 finish and you're back to being 501 points away, it can feel like you're a million miles. You've got to do it all over again.
99.
Something that is heightened in events such as the World Championships, where you play set play, where you might go 3 legs back from being in a winning position.
93.
But this one looks like it's going all the way. Konterman not able to provide too much resistance to Gary Stone.
21. Gary requires
He's
77.
exactly 200 points ahead. Plus the darts he's got in his hand, 62. Decides just to stay there. We'll set it up to his
37.
preferred tops. It looks inevitable that this one is going to go all the way. If it does, it will be Konterman throwing first.
99.
Deciding
Gary
leg.
40.
Gary was hunting down 2 breaks, a throw and a hold.
20.
He's got 1 break. He will have another opportunity to get the hold.
140. Gary required 20.
There'll be 1 more opportunity. That will be last opportunity. And out of
60.
nowhere,
Aaron, you require
Konterman
38.
has matched darts.
And takes the match darts. And Arjan Konterman gets the better Gary Stone by 4 legs to 2. It's a result that really could bunch this group up as we head to the final round of fixtures for the day. It keeps Stone deeply rooted onto 6 points. Wise for Arjan Konterman, he seals his 2nd victory of the day. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, we are going to see Diogo Portela take on Adam Lipscombe.
Welcome back. Well, it turns out that Konterman could indeed crack Stone, inflicting the Scotsman's first defeat of the day in that previous match. A Dutchman winning 4-2, a big win for him, and it makes things very, very interesting in the group. There were some key moments in the game. The 130 from Gary Stone with Konterman waiting on 48 for the match. He also had a spell of 9 perfect darts in that game across 2 legs there, Gary Stone, but it was Konterman who ultimately came out with a victory, and that means that the Group C table is looking like this. He's now up to 3rd place, 2 behind the 2 at the top. Graham Usher now on 6 points, along with Gary Stone. Konterman and Portela on 4, and the bottom 2, Lipscombe and Lauby, both on 2. So a big match coming next, a few big matches coming, our final 3 games, but it's Diogo Portela in action against Adam Lipscombe. He's had a mixed day, really, Lipscombe. 4-0 defeat, a 4-0 win, and a couple of 4-3 defeats. This being one of them, that 111 checkout against Graham Usher. But Usher went on to win the match. And Portela, well, he won his first 2 games, but has since lost his next 2 games. So both players will really feel that a win is needed to sign off their day and keep themselves in a good position to sort of threaten the top 2 when it comes to tomorrow's play. The first then of our final 3 fixtures is Diogo Portela against Adam Lipscombe and Henry Deacon, and Matthew Edgar will guide you through it.
Thank you very much, Chris. So the final game of Adam Lipscombe's first day here at the Super Series, and we've seen some real promising stuff from him, although just the 1 victory from his 4 matches, which means you feel that his last game of the day really is a crucial one up against Diogo Portela, who you could say the same about because he won his first 2 games and then struggled since. And we say so often in this format, Matt, where a lot of players' emotions overnight are dependent on the last games of the day and how they'll feel despite the numbers in terms of wins and losses. And you get the feeling with Diogo, it really is crucial to get a result here just to make him feel better for tomorrow.
Yeah, he's got a couple of wins on the board already, so a win here will really keep him in contention. A win here for Adam is essential to keep him in contention.
T3.
If he loses this game, that is pretty much his race run. But he would have given us plenty of signs and certainly has played to a level that would suggest we'll see more of him.
And interestingly, we're having a look at the compiled odds before the game got underway. And out of all the market moves today, this has perhaps been the most seismic.
100.
Well, I think this is the 5th week that I've sat here on commentary, and every day when I get in here, I always take a screenshot of the odds. Because I like to see if there's a move before the game in relation to this morning. Because that's a good indication as into where the money's going and to what the viewers believe is good value. Adam Lipscombe is a move I have never seen before since being in the commentary box. He opened up the day at this game 7-4 outsider, and he's gone off as the favourite.
26.
That is a move that's gone through about 8 or 9 different price changes to get to that point. Normally we see a move that goes 1 or 2 dashes. We saw a move early that went about 4 or 5. I've never seen one nearly double figures.
100.
To get that sort of price market in a 2-horse race, you'd have expected one of the players to have fell off the stage and broke the throwing arm whilst hitting the head on the front table.
Is that the wrestling talk?
137.
No, I didn't say break the table. If it was wrestling, he'd have gone through it.
$99. Diogo, you required 22.
So double 11 for a 16 dart leg here for Diogo Portela to start with the darts. Double 4.
14.
So Lipscombe gets his opportunity. Should get a dart at tops. Tops the target.
Game shot the first
Tots
leg.
is found.
Adam Lipscombe.
And Adam Lipscombe leads by a leg to nil against Diogo Portela, breaking the darts in a leg that really, in the scoring phase, Diogo completely and utterly dominated.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Now, we can cast our mind back 9 years to when Adam Lipscombe was playing on the PDC development tour. And we can have a look at that and suggest that it'd be quite easy for him to, first of all, be aware of some of the players that he's playing today, because they would have either been on the Pro Tour while he was there, or are people that he's probably watched surpass him as he's
60.
gone on to other ventures. It'd be quite easy for him to have came here today almost with a bit too much respect for the players
60.
and almost felt a little bit chasey at times. I know what it's like when you start taking on the players, and I find it easier myself when I became into my own era of players. When the era before me started to disappear, when the Dennis Priestleys and the Ronnie Baxters of the world started to move away, it became easier playing your own generation. With Adam Lipscombe, because he's come away, this isn't quite his generation. This is still people that he's sat back watching. He would have probably watched Diogo Portela last year beating Steve Beaton at the World Championships.
60.
And how difficult is that to separate? Naturally.
140.
Again, we go back to the minor margins. That is the difference between a dart player and an elite/international dart player.
90.
If you would have put those darts in the hand of one of the other players, they'd have switched to the 19s with that last dart in hand, just to guarantee the chance of leaving a finish. Instead, with Adam, he powered on looking for the 180, missed the 180 and left himself on the biggest bogey number, the 159.
Could be rendered academic as he leaves himself on 68 for a 2-0 lead.
83.
Going for the bullseye to try and
68.
even so tops. 2 darts at double 4 for Adam Lipscombe.
60.
Comes and goes, and so Portela for the break back.
87.
87 to level this game back up. Single 20 or treble. The bullseye to level this game up.
62.
And so Lipscombe will get another go at double 4. Double 2.
Game shot on the second leg.
He opens up a 2-0 lead. There was a worry there that he was just beginning to chase the ball a little bit, but he manages to rectify the situation in the end. And Diogo Portela, who got his day off to the perfect start by winning his first 2 matches, is now 2 legs away from making it 3 defeats on the spin to finish it.
40. 100.
So kicking off with a ton.
It's crazy sometimes when you see little patterns in numbers, isn't it? I was just thinking there that I've been quite impressed with Adam on the outer ring. He's never really looked too flat. And I thought, I wonder how his day's gone in relation to his finishing. In the opening game, he was 0 from 4, so a 0% turnover. In his next game, he was 3 from 12, 25%. His next game, he was 4 from 8, 50%. Then he was 3 from 3, 100%. He's literally gone up in blocks of 25% throughout the day across his 4 games.
60.
So what you're saying is he had to get a double-double to increase that doubles percentage.
Well, we know he plays in the same tournaments as Simon Whitlock. Maybe he could do the Whitlock. Maybe he could just do the 3 bullseyes.
100.
Just has a little glance over to the scoreboard just to double-check what Diogo Portela was on.
100.
Tun leaves himself on 101. We could see the perfect 15 here, Matt.
58. Adam, you record
He's going to have a
101.
little bit of time on his hands. He's really broke Diogo in the scoring phase, which was something I alerted to earlier on in the day,
49.
that just becomes a little bit easier when Diogo is lacking that front nine scoring power. And this is the danger of not having that weapon
30.
in the
Adam, you
arsenal,
record 52.
not having that tool in the toolbox. You tend to find that you're watching your opponent throw at things. You asked for a double-double.
38. Diogo, you require 156.
This is what I said. I said he'll be stranded out and needing a big finish at some point. He's a long way off from this 156. So Adam's got a
40.
chance to take a 3-0 lead.
Adam, you require 40.
He has registered a 4-0 victory already
Game
today.
show the
That
third
was
leg.
against
Adam
Danny
Lipscombe.
Lauby, and he will be throwing first to register potentially a second 4-0 victory of the day.
Full flag, it's Adam to throw first.
And for all of
Game
you
on.
that was on that market move right now, you'll be clutching to your slips, hoping that he wins one more out of these next
95.
4 legs.
I don't know about you, Matt, but this is one of the best bits about this tournament, is that we get to unearth new talent, give them opportunities which
140.
are not available elsewhere. And when they produce and they show why they've got this
100.
invite, such a pleasing thing to see.
Also shows that the spotters and the scouts and the people that are always looking for
100.
who's next to come are doing a very fine job.
You have a couple of very, very good scouts
60.
who don't get much, if anything, wrong in terms of picking and selecting players. They know their darts.
Is this the last mistake that Diogo can make?
22.
Just 22 points. Provides Adam the opportunity now to kick on, extend, and move towards a second
98.
4-0 victory. But you wouldn't have got 25-1 on this 4-0.
Absolutely not. What an anomaly in the odds that was. Don't have to see them.
69.
So,
Adam,
Adam Lipscombe, 148 for 4-0 victory. His second of the day goes treble 18. That leaves himself a dart at tops to win in
108.
style.
Diogo, you require
He sense
170.
this one, 70 big fish. Will Portela's going to have to go.
$60. Adam, you require 40.
Tots for Lipscombe for victory. Double 15. For a
Game shot
4-0
on the
success
match.
against Diogo
Adam
Portela.
Lipscombe.
And Adam Lipscombe ends his first day here at the Super Series with a 4-0 win against Diogo Portela. What a 2 for him today. He got the better of Danny Lauby by that same scoreline. So 2 wins for him on his Super Series bow. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it is a battle between the 2 players who occupy the top spots in the group. Is Gary Stone against Graham Usher next.
Well, a day that started with promise for Portela has ended in 3 straight defeats for Diogo after losing out to Lipscombe in that previous match, and not just beaten by the Super Series debutant, but beaten 4-0 as well. It's a second 4-0 win for Adam Lipscombe, the local lad from the Portsmouth area, given a chance here and living up to the rumours of how good he could be. But Portela, for him, it's been a dramatic decline. Look at that average there, 20 points worse than his first average of the day when he won his opening match. It has been a real slip in standard from the Brazilian, and the result is a slide down the table as well, from being unbeaten after 2 to second bottom ahead of Danny Lauby, who can actually go above him if he wins the final match of the day. He will take on Arjan Konterman in that one, but before that we've got the tussle at the top between Gary Stone and Graham Usher. That pair have both won 3 of their 4 matches today. Meetings this week, though, have been, well, mirrored day after day after day. Gary Stone has won all of them, and he's won all of them by 4 legs to 3. Taking out that 109 you just saw, and then rescuing this 81 on Tuesday to upset Usher once again. He's just looking around wondering what he has to do to get over the line against Gary Stone, but if he does that today, he will be top of the table overnight. So this is it. Whoever wins this will lead the league at the halfway stage. Let's find out who it will be with Henry and Matt.
Thank you very much, Chris. And this is an interesting game because, as Murph rightly mentions, the victor will go top at the halfway stage of the group. These are 2 players highly fancied to go on and do things in Group C, although Graham Usher did start the day as a 4-1 shot to go on and win it, and we felt at the time they were big odds for a player of his quality, his calibre and his capabilities.
And this is the double whammy slot. When you've got 2 players that are playing at the very top end of the table playing each other,
Hey, first leg, it's
potentially one
Gary
of
to
these
throw
players
first.
could be knocked
Game on.
completely out of the way if these 2 do not trade wins. If they trade wins, it's okay, but if one player, let's say Graham Usher, wins today, and then tomorrow, what will happen is the fixtures will be reversed and Graham Usher, Gary Stone will be their first match. If Graham Usher then backs up the victory against Gary Stone with another victory, Gary Stone will then get swamped by the table because you would not see Gary Stone again for a couple of matches after that scenario. So this slot, the last game of the first day and the first game of the second,
83.
when you're playing somebody who's up there with you, it is not ideal.
Now, will the psychology as to who plays who in these series and who wins what in this series depend on where you are on the table? So for Ian and Adam, they probably would favour the fact that it'd be a split pair of victories, whereas perhaps for Danny Lauby, he would prefer one player to win both of those matches and just chase the one player for second spot, perhaps.
I think what you've said there is something that we should consider
Games
not
on
only
the
in
first
this
leg.
group,
Gary
but
Stone.
in life in general. That you can't please everybody.
Second leg, it's Graham to throw first.
Not everyone's a winner in life.
60.
No, and we've got many different ways of separating people in different
131.
rooms, different environments. The choice for these men is the dartboard.
180.
Although, can we confirm that there won't be any groups decided on yellow
60.
cards accumulated here?
Fair play award.
100.
How would you determine a darts fair play award?
I could think of many ways. I could think of many people who fell foul of the
59. Graham, you've got 161.
Darts Fair Play Awards. And let's say there's little things going on all the time you might not see. This is something we're all watching.
136.
Graham Usher nearly taking out the 161. Did could certainly give you a list of names, people that would never win a Darts Fair Play Award.
100. Graham, you require 25.
8 for one apiece.
Game shot on the second leg.
Quality encounter,
Graham
106 and 99 the averages. Leg 1 in 14, level at one apiece. And these two premier players at the top of the league table are providing us with another tungsten treat. And we'll have 10 more tungsten treats for you this evening from 10 p.m. It is Group B at the MODUS Super Series. And what a lineup we have for it as well, because we're going to see some absolute quality Arrowsmiths in action. James Richardson, David Cameron, Andy Jenkins, Josh Payne and Paul Hogan. Whatever your Thursday night plans are, make sure it revolves around the MODUS Super Series. 10 o'clock, late night darting entertainment. What else would you want just before bed?
80.
This is where our social medias go through the roof because everyone wants to know who was on that list. It's one of my most popular asked questions. Anytime we do an exhibition, I always like to finish it off with a little bit of a chat. And one of the questions always asked is regarding them sort of
170. Granny 160.
And we always have a little look around the room, make sure no one's recording first.
80. Gary require 11.
This is for 14.
9. Graham, you require 80.
So Usher returns to break the stone throw. If he can nail this double 10.
70.
You could hear the reaction from the gambler to that miss. He was incandescent, and so stone returns for the Madhouse. One up.
No score.
And one down.
Graham, you require 10. Game shot on the third leg.
Gary Stone has just sort of lost his way a little bit on that outer ring. He was steaming into a lead in the scoring phase in his last game against Konterman, to looking at levelling that up at 3 apiece. Left himself 77 while his opponent was way back on 277. Was unable to convert, and at that point I said that Gary Stone, when he's going around the board, just makes me think of a player that's looking fatigued. If that is the case, Graham Usher is going to continue to punish.
96.
And remember, Gary Stone does have the advantage of throwing this game. Tomorrow, all that happens is we reverse the fixtures and we flip the advantage of the throw. So Graham Usher will start that game tomorrow with that minor advantage.
100.
Although Usher has taken that advantage in this particular match by winning the previous leg. And is
59.
Making full use of it. He's going to get 6 darts on 205 to open up a 3-1 lead and to put him within one of the match.
43.
A victory which would see him become the table-topping player overnight, to make him the man to beat in the battle for finals night. One of 6 players
100.
will pick up the £5,000 cheque and a spot at Champions Week.
60.
But Usher, who had the advantage in this leg, if Stone can find a couple of trebles here, may see that blown into the wind, but it's not going to happen on this particular occasion.
58. Graham, you record 102.
82 left. Treble 14 for tops was the shot.
54. Gary record 120.
So what can Stone make of this 120? Well, there's your answer with the first dart, and he can't believe it. There it is, the other side of the wire into the treble 1.
80. Graham, you require 48. 16. Gary required 40.
Felt if he went inside that dart, it was going to go in. He's gone inside it, and somehow he hasn't found the double. And Gary Stone keeps himself alive in this one, levels it up. He faced 2 darts there that could have seen him one away from defeat.
It's Gary to throw first.
We are
game
back
on
to a situation where we say game on.
Very much game on now.
77.
That's what we call a Robin Hood. Don't know where that originated from. You got any idea where that phrase might have came from?
99.
Did Robin Hood enjoy a game of darts?
Don't know. All I know is the
99.
Sheriff of Nottingham, wasn't he?
21.
Sherwood Forest, wasn't it? Up in that part
Yes,
of the world.
Sherwood Forest, yeah, Nottingham. That's where I know that bit with the Robin Hood story, but that's about where my knowledge ends.
The only thing I can think of is that this could be complete and utter
96.
rubbish, but you know, used to a bit of archery and you can fling it up in the air. I don't know. Maybe that's something we'll get to the bottom of maybe later on this evening. If you do know actually the answer to it, for those of you watching at home, do get in touch with us. It's at
60.
MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And don't forget, in the next game, we will reveal the answer to the much anticipated tungsten teaser.
177.
That was some top tungsten tickling from Gary Stone to leave 52 after 12.
100. Gary required 52. Game show on the 5th leg. Gary
Again,
Stone.
recovers the situation. It was a tired or a lazy dart going at the
See if it's
12s,
Graham to throw
an
first.
expectated
Game on.
throw. Just expects it to go in and ends up just coming a little bit low and then recovers it well. Puts himself one away
60.
from the game, which was a position he nearly gave to Graham Usher. Graham Usher missing a couple of darts to take a 3-1 lead. Gary Stone
57.
sticking in there. He's now just a leg away himself.
125.
Ah, here we go. We've got the answer from
96.
Professor Murphy. Robin Hood beat the Sheriff of Nottingham in an archery contest by splitting his arrow down the middle to hit the
83.
bull. One of the smartest people you'll ever
100.
meet, Chris Murphy.
I was just about to give that answer as well, but he's just beat me to it.
100.
It's amazing how quickly you can Google.
$98. Graham, you require 133. $60. Gary, require 150.
For the match. So Usher's going to return to take us to the distance here. One more game after this. Danny Lauby
Graham, you require
against
73.
Arjan Konterman.
34.
Well, he's miscounted there. He thought... I think he thought he was on 71, so he's gone treble 13 to leave himself on double 17. I'm going to make a bold prediction. I don't think the 73 here at the Super Series has ever been taken out that way. I'm not sure maybe it's been taken out ever on TV that way.
The least thrown at double on the
Final,
dartboard, double
to throw
17. And
first.
ironically, when people tend to throw in that area, they tend to have quite good levels of success there. Graham Usher has thrown
60.
5 darts in his Super Series life at double 17. He hit it 3 times. He's now thrown at it 7 and hit it 4.
100.
Maybe it's his favourite double after all. The only other player out of this lineup that's thrown at double 17, Diogo Portela, threw it once.
140.
But for the first time today, both these players go to a 3-3.
121.
And when we look back at the previous, Gary Stone has
40.
the better record in this scenario. Especially when he throws first. 19 times he's played 3-all.
100.
And he's had the darts. And he has won 13 out of those 19 encounters. So he knows how to get the job done.
180.
That maximum might help him get the job done. 81 after 12 to seal victory.
64. Gary require 81.
Here's Graham Usher, and to be the man top of the table come the end of the day. Double 16 for the match for Gary Stone.
49.
So one opportunity to get it done has come and gone.
116.
Graham Usher would have felt he was in the driving seat, and then Gary Stone hit that 180. You could see him shaking his head to say as if. He could give his own as if moment there, missing a match start of the double 18.
Gary require 32.
Gary Stone to get 4 wins out of 5 on day 1.
Game shot on the match.
And 4 out of 5 it will be for Gary Stone, who will be the man at the top of Group C overnight. He is going to be the man to beat on Friday at the Super Series. A game played in a really good spirit. A game that went the distance. But it is Gary Stone who takes the spoils and takes the 2 points. One more game then in the afternoon session here at the Super Series. It is Danny Lauby up against Arjan Konterman to round off the Tungsten Roadshow for now when we return.
Welcome back. I'm glad to say I'm joined by Gary Stone, who's just completed a decent day here. I want to have a look at the stats from that previous match. Met Graham Usher in the top of the table clash. You got over the line, but it was a bit of a dramatic end, wasn't it?
I rode my luck, to say the least. I think that kind of sums up Graham's week, to be honest. He's played pretty steady all week. He's just not had the rub of the green. But I'll take it all day long. After the game with Arjan, I was disappointed with that, the way I played there. I thought I should have got it over the line. Low 80 averages. It gets to this stage in these kind of groups, you want to be hitting the 90 plus all day. But no, the 485, they gave me that at the start of the day. They took it a bit your hand off for that, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, shorter group as well, so not as much time to grow into it. So really important to get off to a good start. We'll take a look at that group table, and there you are at the top of it now, 2 points ahead of Graham Usher, but perhaps more importantly, 4 ahead of third place at the moment.
Yeah, of course, I mean, when you've got 6 really good players there, some of them have probably not showed their best form, which will probably happen tomorrow. So yeah, the further you can get away for these guys, the better, and puts you into a good position for tomorrow. So With 2 places out of 6, it's tough, but happy with that.
Just give us a quick reflection on your week overall, because you do seem to have got better day by day.
Yeah, it's ideal. That's what I kind of said. On Monday, I wasn't too worried about the start of the week too much. It was just about, because as I say, I've done it before. I've won the Group A 2-3 times before, and came into Saturday and really didn't turn up. So the main thing for me was just gradually grow into it. Look, I mean, I've watched the games back every night, tried to see where I could tweak things. Obviously, as much as I hate to admit it, Matt's quite knowledgeable, so he's talking about checkout percentages and that, which is glaring for everybody to see. It was obviously a part of my game that I've got to kind of scrub up on in some of the loose starts, but I played a decent dart player last night, kind of gave me the form to come into today, so that was all right.
Yeah, I heard he was good. You were pretty decent today as well. Yeah, let's get the last match underway then. Enough, because he started praising Matthew Edgar, and I'm not having that up here. So it is Danny Lauby against Arjan Konterman in the final match of today.
Is that going to be on Chris's name strap tomorrow?
I want to go back to this praising me bit again. I want a bit more of that. Hopefully when I get up to the balcony, Chris has got plenty of nice compliments ready lined up for me at the end of the session.
Let's shift our focus to these 2 men on the hockey. Danny Lauby up against Arjan Konterman, and you just get the sense this is a big game for both. Lauby, you think to keep his hopes alive, has to win this game. It would move him onto 4 points in the group.
65.
Level with Konterman, Lipscombe and Portela. 2 behind Usher in that crucial second spot. And as we know, Gary Stone will lead the way overnight here in Group C, having obtained 8 points from a possible 10.
134.
Now it is our final game of the day, and we have been posing a tungsten teaser. And I think now's the appropriate time to give you the answer to it. The question was, Larry Butler won the first ever world match play in 1994. Can you name the other 9 players from America who played in that tournament?
58.
Here are your answers. It was Gerard Verrier, Whit Whiteley, Tony Payne, Steve Brown, Jim Watkins, Jim Widmeyer, Jerry Umberger, Sean Downs, and Dave Kelly. A tough one today, but anyone who did get that at home, many, many congratulations. We'll bring back the tungsten teaser later on tonight. We might even open the doors to the Midnight Darts Club. Why not? Meanwhile here, Danny Lauby has left himself on 144 after 12 to win the opening leg of this final game of the afternoon session.
128.
We said during Danny's last game, game 11, when he took on Diogo Portela, that it was now or never. And even then, it still might not be enough. Danny Lauby has backed himself well into a corner, but he is coming out swinging, I was about to say. There is a double to finish rule in this game, Danny, which means you need the double 8. You can't just go straight for the 16.
32. Danny requires 16.
Now he knows the rules.
Game shot on the first leg.
Dim the doubles. That gives Danny Lauby the lead.
Second leg is Arjan to throw first.
How will Danny reflect upon his day,
140.
do you think?
Oh, he's going to be disappointed. Even if he wins this game, he's going to be disappointed because he has not played like he wants to or like he knows he can. One of the things as players, which we are terrible at doing, is even if we are winning, if we're not playing how we want to play or how we know we can, we still tend to find a negative to draw on with that. It's the weird psyche of a dart player. And like I say, even if Danny was to win this and he comes off with 2 victories, he's not going to leave here happy.
140.
He is capable of so much more than what we have seen, and
57.
he's going to need to win this game and go through the card tomorrow. Is he capable of doing that? Yes. And one of the things is, remember what we said before about those sort of double bouncing games. This is a situation now that will benefit both Konterman and Lauby,
Well, against Danny to throw first.
if they can do the
Game
double
on.
over each other, they will be back in the running before the players at the top of the table have had another opportunity to play.
96.
Someone like, let's say Konterman was to double up and win both these games, he'll have 4 points on the board before Graham Usher and Gary Stone
60.
can even put anything down on the table.
So for you, playing the last game in these two-day groups is a distinct
96.
advantage if you can get the results.
It is if you get those results. If you get the double L's, you are in big trouble because you're just going to see yourself get
180.
swooped.
Talking about big trouble, Danny Lauby could be finding himself there
100.
because Arjan Konterman over the last couple of legs has found another gear. 11 data in the previous leg. His average ticks to just underneath 94. And up until that visit,
47.
he thought he was the one in control of this leg, but he's handed that advantage back to the American.
59.
So
60.
now
Danny
be
require
150 to open up a
150.
2-1 lead with Konterman back on 154 for the break. And he's not happy the way that first dart has dipped below because it
90.
reduces the
Aaron, you require 154.
amount of that treble bed he could have saw.
$94. Danny requires 60. Game shot on the third leg. Danny Lauby.
Big moments here for Danny Lauby. He's proper under it here at the moment. Every
Fourth leg is Arjan
dart
to throw
now is
first.
under the microscope. Needs this result. Doesn't matter how it comes.
121.
He has to win this game.
57.
A reminder, we return
47.
tonight from 10 p.m. here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for action from Group B.
78.
Please do join us for that. Then, of course, we'll return tomorrow morning for the conclusion of this particular group. And then Saturday night, we'll see the final. And you can buy tickets or get tickets at every single finals night up until the end of the phase via dartshop.tv. That is the place to be. If you want to come and join us at the
81.
live lounge in Portsmouth and enjoy a intimate and unique darting experience.
You mentioned there that you can go to dartshop.tv and buy the tickets. How much are the tickets, Henry?
£0 and 0 pence.
You don't get much for free in this world, but one thing you do get
58.
is a trip to the darts. Jenny Van Veen already booked his place through to Saturday. We'll get 2 players from the group that you are watching today, Group C, and then 3 players
80.
from tonight's action when we start Group B. There'll be 3 players from the following: Andy Jenkins, David Cameron, the Seniors Masters champion, James
59.
Richardson,
Aaron, you require
two-time
83.
PDC Pro Tour champion Josh Payne, and Mr. UK Open himself, Paul Hogan.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Arjan
That was
Konterman.
Mr. 83 there for Arjan Konterman. 2-2. Desmond in our final game of the afternoon session.
Fifth leg is Danny to throw first. Game
Although
on.
this is probably the first. Paul Hogan is the king of qualifying for the UK Open. He's the king of qualifying for the World Championships in the BDO at Lakeside via the qualification.
60.
I think he's done it 5 or 6 times now via that qualification system. In fairness, if he wasn't invited, he probably would have won the qualifier.
86.
I believe that might have been Alan Warrener when he used to go down to Minehead for the UK Open.
100.
Dubbed him the professional amateur. Because he's one of those players that's never really had a tour card, never
60.
really committed fully to a system or a tour, but yet we always see him appearing on our TV screens.
96.
One of those players that likes to go and enjoy their darts and go to events that suit them, enjoy what they do. And you've got a system now in the game out the PTCs for players that don't want to take on as a full-time occupation, where they can dip their toe into certain avenues and to certain aspects.
It comes down to that commitment as well, because to go and experience pro darts, I've done it for the past 11 years. It's a lifestyle commitment that changes everything you know about your general day-to-day life.
130.
For some people, it's even more. Someone like Danny Lauby would probably have to come over here to relocate, as we've seen before with people such as Simon Whitlock, Gordon Mathers, Kyle Anderson, people from Australia who have sort of relocated, David Hetta, Dimitri Vandenberg, coming over from Belgium. It is a commitment and a lifestyle to go full-time.
Game show on the 5th leg. Danny Lauby.
Danny Lauby puts himself one leg away from the match. He's not sure if that was a break or not. In that, it wasn't a break. It was a holder throw. You're going to need to win another one. It's either going to be a breaker throw in here, or he will have the advantage of throw in the last leg.
$140.
Although he's made a significant inroad on the Konterman throw with the first visit of leg 6.
30.
As I mentioned, a reminder, we will return this evening from 10 p.m. for all the Group B action. And it is quite the cast list to enjoy here at the MODUS Super Series. We're going to see James Richardson, David Cameron, Andy Jenkins, Josh Payne and Paul Hogan in action.
58.
And of course, you are tuning in via the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Do give us a subscribe, because on top of the live action, we'll have bonus content, behind the scenes action, highlights and game of the day.
84. $55.
So Lauby may now be 6 darts away from victory in our final game of this afternoon
41.
session. But that 41 has not left him a finish. So if Konterman can crack in a couple of trebles, then that previous sentence might be null and void.
92.
Leaves himself on the fish.
$40.
And from a position where he was in charge of the leg, may have given this back to Konterman. Another one of them would have left the bull.
62. Danny require 138.
So 138 to seal the final match of this afternoon session, and to put him onto 4 points overnight, give him something to build upon going into tomorrow's session, to try and make a charge up the table. Double 16 for a level game. Doesn't go. And so Lauby returns to 44 to get on to 4 points.
4. Requires
That's now 3
32.
from 10 on the doubles for Lauby, and Konterman returns to 32. That's 3 out of 4 now on the doubles. So 2 out of 4 on the doubles.
24.
And so Lauby returns to tops.
And he requires 40.
To take the match. He steps forward, takes aim, and finds the winning double. That gives Danny Lauby his 2nd win of the day. He's got work to do on Friday at the Super Series if he's going to fire his way into finals night. But Danny Lauby has given him 2 points that keeps him in contention of qualification for finals night on Saturday, courtesy of a 4-2 victory over Arjan Konterman, who also ends the day on 4 points. It really is a bunched up table in Group C going into tomorrow's action. It is headed by Gary Stone, courtesy of that victory against Graham Usher a couple of games ago. And upstairs on the balcony, ready to talk about everything we've seen today, Matthew Edgar has made his way up to chat to Chris Murphy.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. Let's do that. Matthew, really important win potentially for Danny Lauby at the end of the day, who looked kind of dead and buried before it started.
Yeah, I was just watching the end of that game there, and it was sort of a game where both players had opportunities to get that wrapped up. But I think the most important thing now at the end of that result is opportunity is the word, because Danny Lauby's got an opportunity to still be in contention of qualifying, as does Konterman. So they haven't ruled themselves out after day one, and they're both still in the mix.
Well, let's reflect on the table at the halfway stage. You'd have to say that everybody has got that opportunity, right?
Yeah, and the way the fixtures have worked out here, it's actually going to be quite interesting, because obviously we'll flip them and they'll go backwards in the same sort of way tomorrow. Danny Lauby Konterman will be the first game tomorrow, and that's going to be a really interesting encounter. Adam Lipscombe really caught the eye today, and it's only the legs really that are separating any of the players at the moment, bar the top two, Graham Usher and Gary Stone, who do have to play each other tomorrow. And I'm guessing now at this point, most players are probably going to want Gary Stone to win that and just extend that position and play for that one spot, which will be second.
Yeah, the last couple of results worked out really well for Gary, didn't they? Him winning himself, surviving match starts, and then Konterman losing. So he's now 4 points clear of third place, which is the all-important gap to have.
Yeah, so obviously the top two players go through. There's no real difference from a player's point of view, whether you finish first or second. You just want to get through. Getting to Saturday is the important thing. Gary Stone is the favourite, and he's now the heavy favourite after what we've seen today.
Cool. Well, we will be back this evening as well, of course. Group B getting underway. Let's have a quick look at the group brackets here. So you can see the players in Group C. We'll be back tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. for that. But tonight, 10 p.m, Andy Jenkins, James Richardson and Paul Hogan joining David Cameron and Josh Payne. First of all, let's talk about the two players that we've seen already this week. Where would their minds be going into tonight's action?
Josh Payne will think he's the favourite, because that's what Josh Payne does, and probably rightly so. I believe he is the favourite, actually, with the bookies as well. I would agree with that Josh Payne is. I think he's just missed some opportunities this week. That won't keep going. He will keep giving himself opportunities, and he's going to start taking them. David Cameron started well and then really tailed off yesterday. Some of the numbers, some of the poorest I've seen in terms of my time commentating on the Super Series. He lost all 5 matches. He had a doubles percentage of around about 19. That is going to need to go up significantly if he's going to compete with the rest of that group.
And of the three that are coming in, who's the one you're most excited to see?
It's got to be James Richardson. He's one of those players that can just burst into life and do some ridiculous numbers. I think last time I was here commentating on one of his games, he had 111 average. And it's not a one-off. He's done them sort of numbers before, and if you're looking for someone who could just produce something, James Richardson could be that guy.
Well, let's see if he can. We're back on air tonight at 10 p.m, live on Sporty Stuff TV and around the world on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. But for this afternoon's action, it comes to an end with Group C